Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun, enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. Not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Hello, my friends. Hello, my friends. Today is Sunday. Sunday, fun day, May 25th, 2025. And every day this week, the date as written will be the same forwards as it is backwards. 5/20/5/25 is the same forwards as it is backwards. What do you call that? Is that like a palindrome or something? I don't know. But I thought that was interesting. Fun fact, tidbit on this Memorial Day weekend, where we honor those courageous men and women who have given up their lives to save this country. And God is not really saving us from the Commonwealth quite yet, is he? It is a palindrome. All right, wow, look at me learning something. Wow, thank you, Kurt. Yes, I did. 100,000 subscribers. We hit it on Tuesday. And that was so awesome. Thank you so much. You're kind and generous 20. And I just went back and I looked to see. So many of you have been with me since the get-go. My first live stream ever was July 13th of 2023. So almost exactly 2 years ago. We hit 100,000 on Tuesday when I was whispering in a hotel room from an undisclosed location. And it was really exciting. And you guys were there. And I think we got to do some kind of a celebration. But not today. Today, so it was July 13th of 2023, and my first live stream ever was an update on the Kevin Costner divorce, and I found it so interesting, and so many of you found it so interesting, and I thought nobody was going to show up for my live stream, and I was so nervous, and Duty Ron came over, and he sent all of his people, and I think there was something like at least 200 people in my live stream, and I was so happy because I really thought nobody was going to come except maybe, my family. So we've come a long way, baby. We've come a long way, baby. From 0 to 100 grand, and we're going to keep on keeping on. I went on Defense Diaries the other day on Friday night with Atty, and then Bob came and joined us at the end, and Bob said, Melanie, that's like, think about it, that's like selling out Wrigley Field like 3 times. It's like, wow. I never really thought about it that way. Although, I don't know, does Wrigley Field seat more than 30,000 people, 33,000 people? I don't know. But I thought that was a cool analogy. And so here we are. We're doing the thing. If you build it, they will come. Who said that? Kevin Costner and me when I first started out. So thank you guys for each and every one of you who has chosen to hit that subscribe button. It's free, as is the snark. And a viewer this morning put a comment, brand new sub, who said, I came over because I saw you on Lawyer because I also did a taped show with Peter Tragos of Lawyer on Friday. So it was a twofer. If you were watching, I did a show with Peter Tragos, and then I did a show with at Defense Diaries. And then, where is it? A viewer, and now I can't remember her name. And I'm going to be mad because I thought I screenshotted it, but I didn't. But she said, I came over here for you and your analysis. And I said, I'm taking it. I'm going to give you full credit for it. And now I can't remember her name, but as soon as I figure out her name, I'm going to tell you who she is. Analysis. Isn't that great? Legal analysis. ANALYSASS. I'm here for it. We're getting close to Vinny. I know. That was kind of like a secret competition. And I guess, I don't know if he knows about it now, but thank you, Kurt, again. But yeah, I wanted to, my private goal was to beat Vinny Politan in subscribers because he had just started a YouTube channel too around the same time. And we're getting there. So what I thought we would do today, since I was unable to cover day 18, which was last Monday due to a family emergency, I thought we would do it together. That was the day that Shannon Burgess first took the stand. And so many of you were sad that we couldn't do it together. So I thought, what better day than today? It was cold and rainy this morning, freezing. Oh, and look, and the sun suddenly came out as soon as I hit live. And now it's cloudy and rainy again. So you know what? Good thing I didn't pull the plug on this because we're here. We're here for it. So this originally aired live in court May 19th. Today is May 25th. So it was last Monday. That's the one day that I haven't covered of the trial so far. So let's take a look at it because I hope there are some super smart people in the chat that can explain to me what the hell this guy's talking about with key cycles and the data and the let's talk about it because I have a lot of issues with this. One of my first issues is if you were going to line up the data between Karen's text stream and someone's phone, why didn't you use Karen's phone? Why wouldn't you use Karen's phone? Wouldn't that make the most sense? Am I missing something here? Why is he lining up the text stream data with John O'Keefe's phone? Wouldn't Karen's phone be with her whenever she was in the car since she was apparently the only one driving it? And so that just seems to be right, logical to me. Why didn't they do that? I don't know. He's like the reverse engineer of this trial because the same thing happened with Trooper Paul last year, right? Trooper Paul in trial 1 was given a set of facts. Okay. We need to prove that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car. Here are some pictures of his injuries. Here's when Jen McCabe said she last saw her car outside the window, which was 12:45, remember? And then go. See what you can do. And Trooper Paul came in, and boy, did he think he was going to be the hero of that trial, don't you think? I think like he thought he was going to come in. He's like, I've solved the whole puzzle. I've solved the whole thing. Here I am. With his pirouette theory and his arm breaking the taillight theory. Nobody's ever really explained how the taillight actually caused those wounds to John O'Keefe's right arm. Nobody's ever explained that. It's just like, trust us, bro. Trust us. It can happen. I still don't understand how they're explaining to the jury how those arm injuries happen because they are not calling James Crosby, I don't think, until rebuttal. They haven't even talked about much of anything with regard to Chloe, except Yuri Buchanan went with their expert to an undisclosed location to find the alleged Chloe, who is now named Cora, who may be the first dog ever to be in witness protection. We don't really know, but the veterinarian who now owns Chloe, named Cora, changed her name after who renames a dog that's like 7, 8, and 9 years old? I don't know. Got Chloe from another person who did not get that dog from the Alberts. So who knows? I'm still confused. The jury must be hella confused because we were here for the entire first season. We watched it together every single day, all 30 something days of trial. And then however many days we were here for deliberations. And during the first trial, the defense did not begin its case until day 29 of testimony. And the Commonwealth had called every single person who was in 34 Fairview, every single person who went to the waterfall, every single first responder to the scene, every firefighter, every EMT, every Canton police officer, every MSP trooper who responded to the scene, everybody who worked on this case was called. This year, season 2, it's like the skeleton crew. It's like the skeleton crew. They've called no one, hardly. And I don't even know if the jury understands that this was supposed to have been a car accident at this point and how these injuries were supposed to have occurred, because there has been no medical witnesses to talk about causation of injuries. Brain surgeon, Dr. Wolf, who came in the other day, said his opinion is it came from a fall backwards onto the ground, basically. He didn't say there was a car accident involved. He did say he didn't think it was as a result of a baseball bat because there was no depression in the skull fracture on the back of the head. But he didn't say it couldn't happen from a fight, from a blow to the head from the front, knocking someone over to hit their head on the ground. He didn't say it had to be outside. He didn't say it had to be inside. Um, in my opinion, that was a complete waste of money. What a waste of, can you imagine how much they paid that brain surgeon to come in and testify from Florida? Because think about it this way. I know how expensive it is to hire neurosurgeons to come in and testify. And back in the day in New York, they were, if they were local and not really doing brain surgery so much anymore, it was at least $20,000 a day just for their testimony, just for the testimony, for them to call off a day in the office to come and testify. This guy told us that he said something like, oh, I have 4 brain surgeries scheduled for tomorrow. So how much do you think it cost for him to clear his calendar to not do 4 brain surgeries and a day of travel and a day of travel back? Just use your imagination, your wildest imagination, because that's how much it cost for what? For what? He didn't say John O'Keefe was hit by a car. Nobody's disputing that he probably hit his head on something and fell backwards and injured his massive head wound, caused the massive head wound. So it's wild to me. They've wasted so much money. Their own medical examiner, who is the only witness who examined the body of John O'Keefe that has testified in this trial so far, the only witness, says she found no signs of a car accident, no pedestrian type injuries whatsoever. And she looked for him. That's it. Game over. They did not call this year, and I don't know if they will. Do you remember Dr. Rice, Justin Rice? He was the emergency room doctor who initially treated John O'Keefe when he came into the emergency room. They didn't call him. Why aren't they calling him? So there's been no medical testimony so far to prove to me that there was a car accident, to prove to me that these injuries were caused by a car accident. And what is Welcher going to do? Is Welcher going to come in and say all these injuries are caused by a car accident, even though he's not a doctor? And I've seen some stuff on Twitter that he may not even have a PhD. I guess we're going to have to stay tuned for that testimony on Tuesday. He's probably going to be on the stand for more than one day, I would imagine. He's got to be the guy to put all the pieces together, because so far we have not even heard that these injuries are caused by a motor vehicle accident. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? They did not put Welcher on the stand on Thursday, and they could have. They could have. I saw the thing. You guys all sent it to me. Judge Beverly Cannoni, was honored as the person of the year last Wednesday night at the Norfolk County Bar Association dinner. She's their person of the year. It's real. And perhaps maybe that's why she called off the half day of court on Thursday, because Brendan didn't have his witness ready. And of course he wouldn't have his witness ready, because if he put Welcher on the stand on Thursday and it was only half a day, he wouldn't be able to prep him over the 4-day weekend. See, because he would have been under oath and he wouldn't have been able to have been prepped over the weekend or speak to Mr. Brennan at all. And so there's that. And that's like hella obvious, at least to me, because my understanding is that Welcher is going to be the last witness. Okay. What have they proven? Have they proven it to you? So many of you have been watching this trial for the first time, and you did not watch trial 1. And so you're only here for trial 2. And so it's so hard for those of us who have been here for all the seasons and watched every episode, some of us many more than one time. It's like the gift that keeps on giving. We know the story. We know the backstory. We've been through all the pretrial motions, the post-trial motions, the appeals, the police reports, the witness statements, and how they change. But for those of you that are just watching trial 2 for the first time, please tell me here in the chat and in the comments, are you confused? Are you confused? And this, Jack, this could be comment of the day so far. As Karen Reed would say, low comps for person of the year. Yes. Yes, person of the year. And then there were some other flyers out there that indicated that Aperture, the firm, the expert witness firm, hosted or was a sponsor of the Massachusetts Bar Association dinner, which I will say, to be honest with you, is not uncommon. They're a large part of their clientele is probably states, including Massachusetts and other states. Where is Aperture located? Does anybody remember? Florida? I don't remember. But they probably sponsor a lot of bar association dinners across the country because that's how they get a lot of their business if they're being hired by the government, right? That's not that unusual. It's strange credulity, right? Strange credulity that they would do that, chap's wifey, while this trial is going on, especially after, one of their big guns, Shannon with one N and no BS, but a whole lot of actual BS, was excoriated on the stand. It was ironic, a little bit ironic, don't you think? A little too ironic. And yeah, I really do think that we should watch this day of testimony together so that we can try and piece together what exactly the hell is that they're trying, what it is that they are trying. What exactly is it that you say you're doing here? Because many of us are confused, and we watched season 1 and we're back for season 2. And I got to say, some of the cast in season 1 might have been better. And some of the plot points in season 1 might have been better. And if you couldn't convict her season 1, what are we doing here for season 2? They're not going to quit. They are never going to stop prosecuting or persecuting Karen Read, in my opinion. And it's horrifying. It should shock you. It should scare you, especially on this Memorial Day when we are honoring all of the courageous, incredibly brave men and women who volunteered to defend and protect our country and lost their lives in doing so. We have what they call the greatest justice system in the world. And this is why this case is so shocking to so many of us who practice law and so many of us who, have done this for a living for decades, because this is not supposed to be what's happening out there. It's not supposed to work like this. There's no evidence of a car accident yet. And if you have to contort yourself into a pretzel to try and put all kinds of things together to try and prove that there was a car accident, understand that this just doesn't happen. Motor vehicle accident cases come along when they come into my office. They would come along with a police report, a motor vehicle accident report filled out by the police. They call it a crash report in Massachusetts. Nobody ever filled one out. In a fatality involving a Boston police officer. Are you effing kidding me? You know why they didn't fill it out, my friends? Because if they filled out a motor vehicle accident report, Karen's car insurance company would have been involved, and they would have sent out all of their investigators, and they would have done a better job investigating this case than Canton PD and MSP. They would have. And they never would have paid on this case. And they would have proved that it was not a car accident because they have very highly paid in-house accident reconstruction experts who do that for a living. Insurance companies are not your friend. They do not want to pay. So they will do whatever it takes to not pay. I have so many viewers that are claims adjusters, whether it's property damage or BI or catastrophic claim adjusters. They're in Texas. Thank you. Thank you, Wonder 5. Who never would have paid on this claim. They would have done anything they could not to have paid. And it's a disgrace also because if John O'Keefe was hit by a car, which I do not think he was, I do not think there's any evidence that would convince me that he was actually hit by a car, his family would have been entitled to the medical benefits that come along with no fault and that come along with the auto insurance and the death benefit and the funeral expenses. And they would have paid the medical bills, and they would have defended Karen in any wrongful death suit, which they are doing anyway now because the O'Keefes have brought a wrongful death civil suit against Karen and the Waterfall and CF McCarthy's. It's in the playlist if you haven't followed my coverage on that wrongful death case. I have it. We've done it. And everything is on hold. That case is stayed, which means that Karen cannot be deposed. And none of the witnesses, I think, are being deposed in that civil case until this criminal case is over. And so that is one thing that does not happen in the real world. Motor vehicle accidents just don't have motor vehicle accident reports, especially in a fatality. That doesn't happen, number one. Somebody can verbalize that better than I have because I ran out of iced coffee. And number two, the FBI doesn't investigate the investigation into a criminal case that is ongoing. That also does not happen. There are so many firsts here, and that's why it's such a wild thing to watch. That's why Hank Brennan was screaming and yelling. It's like every time he thinks that he's right, he just gets louder and louder as if that's going to make him right, which it doesn't. That's why he was screaming bloody murder about the ARCA witnesses, even though, despite the fact that he said, I welcome the ARCA witnesses. I want them to testify. I welcome their testimony. Really, 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 dude? Then why were you screaming like a baby? We have a binky for that. And we also have a boss baby emoji for that. Why were you screaming like a baby? About the communications between Alan Jackson and Dr. the other wolf, the good wolf, not the bad wolf. Why were we screaming about the communications between them from 2 years prior or whenever if you didn't want, and why were you lying about it? It doesn't happen where the FBI hires an outside firm to come in and pays them, I don't know, $500,000 maybe to find out one question. Was John O'Keefe hit by a car? Were the injuries to John O'Keefe, two questions. Were the injuries to John O'Keefe's body consistent with a car accident? And were the damages to Karen Reed's car consistent with hitting a body? The FBI paid them to do it. Probably $500,000. I don't know if anybody knows the final total on that, but it's hell a lot of money. And then the FBI comes into the case before Brennan gets involved, before the first trial, and says to both sides, listen, Josh Levy, who was the acting U.S. attorney in Massachusetts at the time, said, listen, I cannot in good conscience allow this case to go to trial. So I am going to dump I think it was 3,074 pages of investigative materials from the FBI to both sides and said, here you go. Here you go. And that's how Karen Reed's team found out about ARCA. And they weren't allowed to hire ARCA until like right before this trial number 2. But they did come in and testify at trial number 1. They weren't paid for their testimony, but they were paid for their travel and their prep, because no expert witness would ever get on the stand without reviewing their own file. And Brennan screamed and yelled about it. And again, another first, because it just doesn't happen and nobody knew how to handle it. And yet here we are. Here we are. We are about to wrap the Commonwealth's case. They're about to rest. Maybe after Judson Welcher, who's going to replace Trooper Paul as their new accident reconstructionist, who is again going to dazzle us with some ridiculous theory that he's probably going to have to be a contortionist to get himself to the conclusion that John O'Keefe was hit by a car and a car hit John O'Keefe. But we're here for it. Something happened to John O'Keefe that night, on the night of the 29th, not the 30th, like Burgess wants you to believe because he's sloppy. Something happened to John O'Keefe. I don't know what happened. I don't know who did. I don't know who did what. He could have slipped and fell, according to the brain surgeon that they called the other day, right? In his drunkenness, because that's what he said. Drunk people fall. I see this all the time. But then how did those injuries happen to his right arm? Something happened to John O'Keefe, but John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. Car did not hit John O'Keefe. And you don't have to believe me and my decades of experience handling these types of accident cases. Listen to their own experts. Even their own experts can't tell you that he was hit by a car and that those injuries were hit by a car. It just didn't happen. All right, here we go. This is back to, we're starting together, day 18. We're not going to watch the whole day. First day, the first witness was, I don't remember. Do you guys remember? A DNA witness. Second witness testified about the mitochondrial DNA. And what I learned from that witness is that mitochondrial DNA is the only DNA that they could extract from that apparent hair that survived the blizzard and was curled in one picture, straight in another. Couldn't even tell what color it was. It looked gray to me. I have no idea. Mitochondrial DNA is found in the mother's line, the maternal line, the lineage of the mother. And therefore, according to that witness, the apparent hair that was found on the right rear quarter panel of Karen Reed's Lexus could have belonged to John O'Keefe, Paul O'Keefe, Mrs. O'Keefe, or the niece and nephew. They're all in the same maternal line. And that hair could have belonged to any one of them. Okay. You're going to have to show me something a little bit better. And even if it was John O'Keefe's hair, so what? He lived with her. And even if John O'Keefe's DNA, touch DNA, was on the outside of the remaining part of that taillight, I will tell you, and the law enforcement friends in the chat can confirm for you, law enforcement officers often touch taillights to leave trace evidence on cars and fingerprints on cars during traffic stops. And it becomes a habit of many of them. And also, I may point out to you that perhaps John O'Keefe, being the gentleman that he was when they came out of that waterfall, might have wiped off the taillights with his bare hands, because we know he wasn't wearing a jacket. So do you think he was wearing gloves? Probably not. Seems like a plausible explanation to me. But what we do know is there was no blood, no tissue found on any of those taillight pieces that miraculously were able to be put back together. And there was no blood or tissue found underneath the car or on any part of the car at all. And we do know also that there were at least 3 unknown contributors to the blood stains on John O'Keefe's clothing. Some of them had 2 unknown contributors. Some of them had 3. I got a lot of questions. The jury has to have a lot of questions. If he had a massive head wound on the back of his head, and that's where all the blood would have come from, and he was hit by the car on the arm, did a pirouette, and then landed on his head, face up, how did all the blood get on the front of his clothing? You're going to have to explain that to me, because I have questions. And if I have questions and you have questions, don't you think the jury probably has questions? Why is there blood all the way down, not just the front of his sweatshirt, his outer layer, but the inner layer of his t-shirt and also the front of his jeans? Make it make sense. They're not making it make sense to me. I'd love to hear from you guys that are watching it for the first time. The Taillight Fairy is here to put the taillight together. I love that. I love that. You guys are the snark tank for a reason. It's going to be nice. It's going to be nice and intimate today with 2,700 people in the chat, which is easier for you guys to chat than when there's 20,000. But I love each and every one of you the same. It's like having a lot of children and loving them all the same. All right, let's listen to Shannon Burgess and hear what he's got to say, and we'll talk about it. Here we go.
So you're gonna step up, take the clerk, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Margaret was there that day. I just want to say that before we start, that I love Margaret. Margaret is the clerk in Judge Stanley Tucci's courtroom. She was the clerk during the Turk trial. Was she also the clerk in the Penny McGee trial? I don't recall, but I do love Margaret. I guess Jim was absent that day, maybe because of his cough, because one of these days, if he keeps coughing, first of all, it's scary to me that I know what Jim's cough sounds like. Second of all, I'm going to DoorDash some Ricola black licorice or whatever disgusting flavor I can come up with, cough drops to the courthouse if it continues. But we do love Margaret. And so thank you, Margaret, for being there on this day when I couldn't be there.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Tell me if I'm too loud and I'll lower my volume.
All right,
But
Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jurors, spell your last name for the court reporter?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Shannon Burgess, last name Burgess.
Mr. Burgess, what do you do for a profession?
Sure. So I'm a digital forensics examiner. So I investigate digital devices to see what evidence they may record or hold.
Do you specialize in any type of forensic analysis?
Sure. So digital forensics is kind of a broad field, but I do specialize in vehicle forensics and cell phone forensics.
let's go, Buffs.
How long have you been a digital forensic analyst for?
Sure. So I've been a digital forensic analyst for approximately 10 years.
Before you were a digital forensic analyst, what type of work did you do?
Sure. So before I was a digital forensics analyst, I was working in the automotive manufacturing field, specifically related to automotive presses and industrial robotics.
I want to talk to you about some of your experience in digital forensic. Did you receive any certifications in digital forensics?
I did. I've received several certifications, one being what's called GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics.
Are you sure?
Another from Celebrite, a company named Celebrite, and Certified Mobile Examiner, and then certifications from Magnet Forensics as well.
Is Magnet a company that also includes Axiom?
Yes, Magnet is a company that produces the software known as Axiom.
In addition to your certifications, how many hours of specialized training approximately have you had in digital forensics?
Sure. So approximately, over the last 10 years, I've had around 700 hours of training, including courses and conference attendance in digital forensics.
In addition to your training and your study, do you have experience over the 10 years? Have you involved yourself in many cases regarding forensics found from a motor vehicle?
Yes, I have.
Can you give a general estimate of how many cases you've worked on?
Not off the top of my head, I couldn't, but it's been numerous.
Okay, really?
You said that
Numerous?
you specialize in mobile phones, and
Did you lie in all of those cases about your education, or just this one? Did you lie in all of them? Okay, typically what an attorney would say when they say, oh, I don't know, numerous. Okay, more than 50? Oh, yes, more than 50. More than 100? Yes, more than 100. More than 300? Yes, more than 300. More than 500? Probably not. Okay, so somewhere in the neighborhood of between 300 and 500 cases, narrow it down. He's not even narrowing it down. This is a red flag to me that Brennan knew this was coming. He does not ask him about his education at all. Where did you go to college? What degrees did you receive? Where did you, because we've seen how many voir dires of the crash daddies. We saw them voir dired extensively before trial one. We saw them on the stand at trial one. And every single expert witness is always, always, always asked about their education and what degrees they hold. Brennan did not ask that question. He absolutely 100% knew, because I think Olivia Lambo, our friend, broke it on Twitter the night before he testified. Shout out to Olivia Lambo.
digital forensics in motor vehicles.
That is correct.
Do you teach seminars on those issues?
I do. I teach seminars and presentations specifically in those disciplines.
Who are some of the audiences that you teach to?
Sure. So it ranges from attorneys to engineers that specialize in accident reconstruction to police agencies such as Interpol, which is a global police organization.
Who teaches Interpol?
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics in court before?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding digital forensics in state courts?
Yes, I have.
Could you share with us those state courts?
Sure. So those state courts would be Oregon, Texas, Arkansas, New Mexico, and those would be the ones in the last 4 years that I can recall off the top of my head.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics in federal courts before?
No, just in state courts.
Okay, a
Have
lot of
you
people had questions about this because the next day on Cross is when it was exposed that he had filed his CV in a federal court case, and it was false. So he may have never testified in that federal court action. It maybe have been a civil case that settled before trial. Maybe he wasn't called for whatever reason, but his false CV was filed in federal court, and that's a big problem. Does anybody think he's going to be teaching attorneys and Interpol after this? I think not.
Testified in state courts in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified for plaintiffs in civil cases?
I have testified for plaintiffs and defense in civil cases.
And have you testified in criminal cases before?
I have testified in criminal cases as well.
Have you testified for the prosecution before?
I have testified for the prosecution as well as the defense.
Does the data change regardless of who you testify for?
No, it does not.
No, the data doesn't, but I don't know the difference between a bit and a byte. And I don't really know the dates of when the data happened. So that's not really important either. Just trust me, bro. Just trust me. I got it all under control. I teach 700 hours. What does that break down to? Not even like 1 year of full-time school?
Where are you presently employed, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So I'm presently employed with a company known as Aperture, and I'm located in their Dallas office.
Is Aperture a company that has offices outside of Texas?
Sure. So Aperture is a company across the country. So they've got a number of locations and offices, and they offer a number of service lines specifically related to forensics.
Do you ever work on different cases or scenarios with people in the Texas office?
Yes, I do. Sure. Go ahead.
Do you ever work with other employees of Aperture outside of the Texas office?
Yes. So I do occasionally corroborate with other experts in the Texas offices as well as the other offices across the country.
In this case, was there another professional who worked with Aperture that was related to this case that you talked to?
There was.
And who was that?
That would be Dr. Judson Welcher.
Is Dr.
Is he a doctor,
Welcher's
though?
profession and job the same as yours?
No, it is not.
What's the difference between what you do and what Dr. Judd Welcher does?
Sure. So what I do is investigate digital devices that can range from cell phones to vehicle modules to computer systems. What Dr. Welcher does is specifically related to accident reconstruction and biomechanics.
So you are not an
Okay, keep that in mind. Did he actually, you can tell me because as you know, I really didn't watch this whole day. Did he actually examine the physical phone of John O'Keefe? Because that's what he's saying that he does. He analyzes digital devices, not the actual data that he has to have the actual device. Did he have the actual phone of John O'Keefe? Keep that in mind. Put a pin in that.
accident reconstruction engineer?
I am not.
Thank you,
You are
Suze.
focused on the data?
I am focused on the data.
Did you ever publish any writings or papers regarding the area of your expertise?
Sure. So I have published 2 papers, specifically one related to damaged devices, and that is referencing event data recorders, which is your black box or your airbag control module, and specifically related to developing proof of concepts, because a lot of times these modules will store data in different places on the module. Proof of concepts are ways to verify and validate where that data is stored, so you're not missing data.
So the first article that you wrote about damaged modules, was that peer reviewed?
It was.
And was it accepted?
It was accepted.
Could you tell us briefly what peer reviewed means?
Sure. So peer review is a process of your peers or colleagues reviewing your work and determining that it's valid.
Is peer reviewed articles often relied upon by other experts in the field?
Yes, they are.
You said that the first article you mentioned had to do with damaged modules. Is that one of the areas specifically that you're going to talk to us about in this case?
Sure. So it is specifically one of the areas I'm going to talk about in this case. And to kind of go back a little bit, the idea of proof of concept applies not only to damaged modules, but also other vehicle modules such as infotainment and telematics modules.
I don't think we're at infotainment and telematics yet. So if we can just understand a little better, very basically, what is proof of concept in action? What does that mean?
Sure. So proof of concept is taking a vehicle module, for example. This is typically an unidentified vehicle module that other individuals have not looked at or verified what is recorded and where it is stored. So a proof of concept is taking exemplar modules and doing tests on those modules. So creating events that are recorded within the modules.
They've created a lot of events in this case. They've created a car accident where none really happened. So you're in for a treat.
A lot of times when those modules are damaged in vehicle crashes or if they're just unsupported by your forensic tools, you will have to go to what's called chip off or chip swap forensics. That is specifically taking the chips off of the circuit board. So think of the hard drives from your computer, moving those hard drives to another module, a working module, to recover the data and validating that you've recovered all the data that you would expect to see.
Are there times and cases or studies where you need?
And he screwed that up too, remember, because he didn't know the difference between a bit and a byte. And so he claimed that the original person who did the chip off didn't get all the data because he mixed up his bits and bytes. Yeah, exactly.
To recover data because it's not available to you through the traditional methods?
Yes, many times.
Let me ask you, you said
Except
there was
she
a
did.
second article. What was that second peer review article about?
Sure. So that second peer-reviewed article was specifically related to mobile forensics, specifically iPhones, and how they track your device interactions as well as speed and location data and validating how accurate that data was.
In addition to talking to us about damaged modules, as you're going to do in this case, are you also going to talk to us about the timing information from mobile phones?
Yes, I am.
Oh, the timing information. Old
When did you
Shannon
first become involved?
Burgess. I like that. Literally, La La Land. You're amazing. You're so funny. You guys are called the Snark Tank for a reason. Thank you to Glamasuz. Says, thanks for this. It was insanely busy Monday and didn't get to listen to much of it at all. Sunday afternoon cupcake time is wonderful. And it's cold. So, it's kind of not really a beach day here, at least on the island. Thank you, Midnight Mike, for gifting 5 memberships. You're amazing. And there's some other super chats here. Aperture has removed his CV and his education. They took him off altogether. I thought they just covered it with not fit for expert designation or something. Thank you, On Top, for your super sticker. Thank you, Stephanie, so very much for your kind words and thoughts. I appreciate you so much. And also to, I know who you are. Thank you so much, Mama She. Currently pursuing law degree, Avita 2021. Amazing. So glad for the Monday recap. Thank you, Mama Shea, and also for your cash app the other day. You're super generous. Meep, didn't expect today. Looking forward to a lot of reaction to this gift of a cross. Well, we did the cross from day 19. We just didn't do day 18, so that's what we're doing it today. And Monj says, oh, she's out of the hospital after intense spine surgery, but my business can't wait, and I needed to drive 3 hours to a client's house on May 24th. That's not good for your spine surgery. Your doctor is not, you should not be publishing that. Your doctor's not going to be happy. I'm so glad you're getting a break. And really for your recovery, I mean, I don't want to act like your doctor or your mother, but you got to do what the doctor says. Spine surgery is intense, and you don't want to, I don't know what you had done, whether a laminectomy or a discectomy or a fusion or hardware inserted, but you don't want to be messing around with that because you want it to take. Thank you, On Top, for your other super sticker. And I will get to the rest of you. Alessi never sleeps. Marissa, thank you. Moving on.
In the study of this case?
So I first became involved in this case around October of 2024.
After Brennan was hired.
When you became involved in October of 2024, were you in receipt of any information or reports or documents to look at?
Yes. So I did receive some raw data as well as some photographs from the vehicle in this case.
When you say raw data from the vehicle, what does that mean specifically?
Sure. So again, when you take these chips or hard drives off of these modules, you can read those chips individually and recover any type of data that is recorded on those chips. So when I reference raw data, that is looking at that data in hexadecimal format, which is as close to binary data, which is what computers use to store data in, as you would want to get when reviewing this type of data.
When you receive data, does that presume it's already been downloaded by somebody?
Yes, that is correct.
In addition to looking at the data, you receive photographs. Do you know where those photographs came from?
I do not know specifically who those photographs came from, but I do know those photographs came from an initial download attempt on those modules.
You said there was an initial download attempt. When you looked at the information you received, did you learn whether or not there was an attempt prior to your involvement in October 2024 to obtain data from the modules or the so-called black box in the Lexus vehicle?
Yes. So there was an attempt to download data from the modules in the vehicle.
Did you understand whether or not there was a chip-off process, whether anybody attempted to take the computer chips off the computer boards and learn or download the data?
Yes, there was an attempt to remove various chips off of the boards and read those chips individually.
Did you have an opportunity to read any reports submitted regarding that earlier process that occurred before you even got involved?
Not before I got involved. Well, sorry. Yes, I was able to read a report from a individual known as AG Speak about that process, that initial process.
Did you learn who conducted, the name of the person that actually conducted the original process before you were involved in this case?
Yes, I understand that person to be Miss Maggie Gaffney.
Right.
You know,
And Maggie
generally-
Gaffney was part of the defense team, right? Wasn't she a defense expert in the first trial? Or she was somebody who worked with somebody, one of the experts for the defense, because the Commonwealth expert didn't know how to do it. So she did it.
When Miss Gaffney engaged in trying to download information from the computer boards of the defendant's car?
Yeah, if I can recall correctly, that was around December of 2023.
And in your review of materials and study materials, did you receive additional
Study
materials?
Yes, I did receive additional crash reports, just detailing the events of the night.
When you say crash reports, what does that mean?
So that's going to be crash reports from the Massachusetts State Police.
Okay. There has never been a crash report turned over in this case, like a motor vehicle accident report. I don't know what he's talking about. I have no idea what he's talking about when he says crash report, but it's not what I'm thinking is a crash report. Paige says there was no crash. You're 100% right. And what crash report is he talking about? Is he talking about the witness statements? I don't think he was ever fully questioned about this. The Massachusetts State Police investigative report, the report that Trooper Paul did to try and piece this thing together, because there's no official crash report from the Massachusetts State Police that I'm aware of that has ever been turned over in this case. So I don't know what he's talking about, but is anybody going to ask? I guess we'll see. Yeah, none, zero, zilch, nada. Captain Red Snuggler, thank you. This is my kind of holiday barbecue too. Who's cooking? What do you guys want on the Barbie? Thank you. And Sebel says, Aperture Science, we do what we must because we can. Let's do the timeline again. Points out that there is a non-fatal accident report, number 5066898 on a Massachusetts website. Yeah, that has been like out there before, and I don't know if that's an official website. I don't know what that is. What I want to see is the actual, we call it in New York an MV 104, which is it's a police accident report for a car accident. It's got driver 1 and their name and who the car is registered to, driver 2, their name, or if it's a pedestrian, the victim name, address, the plate number of the vehicle, then it has a diagram of how the accident happened. Then it has a little description box about how the accident happened. And it's got coding all along the side about all of the contributing factors to the accident and how many people were injured and what their injuries were. And it's an official document that gets, filed with the motor vehicle, the DMV here in New York. I don't know what you guys call it. Something else, but it's not. Oh, thanks. Let's do the timeline again. But I'll take a look for that later in my email, but it's not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is the real accident report, the motor vehicle accident report. But I'll take a look at that and see what it is that you're saying. Thank you. Oops.
Crash report, just a written report, or is it data?
No, it's just a report, no data.
Did
Where
you
is it?
receive any other reports from any other individuals or experts?
No, not at that time.
Did you later, over time?
I mean, he's acting like there is an actual crash report. Did anybody, is there one? Listen.
What does that mean?
Just detail. Yes, I did receive additional crash reports, just detailing the events of the night.
Reports, like
When you
more
say crash reports, what does that mean?
So that's
just detailing the events of the night. No, it needs to detail the motor vehicle accident, and then it is filed with the Department of Motor Vehicles. Here it goes to Albany, and it goes on your record, and it goes on the record of, like Carfax. It goes on your car as your car has been involved in an accident. That's how Carfax gets their information.
it's going to be crash reports from the Massachusetts State Police.
It's intentionally misleading, in my opinion.
Is a crash report just a written report, or is it data?
No, it's just a report, no data.
Did you receive any other reports from any other individuals or experts?
No, not at that time.
Did you later, over time, receive any more additional information during your studies?
Yes, I believe so. And let me reference my report just so I don't misspeak.
Let me ask for the court's permission before you do that.
Sure, sorry.
Okay, good. Thank you, Aaron. So we're going to hear from
So
Melisa.
I
Good.
did, again, I reviewed vehicle forensics report by AG Speak. I reviewed documentation that was identified to me as evidence review. A prior testimony of Trooper Garino.
From this trial or trial one?
And I reviewed some surveillance videos as well as a report by Mr. Whiffen.
When did you receive any study or reports from Mr. Garino? Do you remember?
I do not remember exactly.
Okay. Was it recently, some time ago?
It would have been some time ago, probably late 2024 after we got involved.
Last year.
So that would have been Garino's testimony from trial one, because he's not supposed to be watching testimony of anybody from this trial. So that's one thing that Brennan is going to make sure is very clear in the record, right? Notice what he makes clear and notice what he leaves intentionally misleading. Surveillance video, exactly. What surveillance video of what? What surveillance video could have possibly helped him in his analysis here?
Year?
Yes.
And how about Mr. Whiffen's reports?
Mr. Whiffen's report, I believe I received in January of this year.
So why did it take you so long to supplement your
And the
report?
video, do you know when you received any video?
It would have been this year. I don't remember the exact dates.
How about you
Was it
review your
last
file?
month, months ago?
No, probably around January or February as well. Well,
How about you review your file before you come to testify in court? It's part of your trial prep, you know? You bill for it anyway, mook. January, February is when he got the surveillance video. You know, all the surveillance video that didn't exist before the first trial that they didn't find, that allegedly Judge Cannoni says Proctor was hiding until after the first trial was over. Yeah, all of that. Sallyport video.
I take that back. It would have been early January, maybe late December.
Uh-huh. Before the defense got it? Got it.
I want to ask you just generally so we have a general perspective on this. When you began your study, was there something specifically that you were looking for?
There was. So specifically what we're looking for when we do a chip off on these vehicle modules, we're expecting to see one of two things: user data in a raw hexadecimal format, or a file system where user data is stored.
Were there certain events that you were focused on relative to the data in the defendant's Lexus?
Sure. So there were specific events that we were looking for specifically. That would be including time-stamped ignition-on events or power-on events, as well as other data.
Did you
Power on?
have any information or understanding that there were text stream events that you were to focus on?
Yes, I did have an understanding that there were text stream events located in a airbag control module.
How many text stream events were you focused on?
2 text stream events.
Could you
Oh,
just generally characterize those 2 events?
only 2 events. He focused on only 2 events. Well, that's interesting, because I don't think there's any date and timestamps to go along with those events. So why only 2? Why did they only give you 2 to focus on? Why didn't they give you some that could have happened a month earlier, or some that could have happened a month after, so you could maybe find something a little more interesting, a little more accurate, a little more real? Because he's being given a problem to reverse engineer. Here you go. We're going to give you these 2 text stream events. Sync them up with something. Make it into a car accident. Ready, go.
Yes.
Sure. So one event has been identified as a 3-point turn maneuver,
Yeah.
and the other has been identified as a backing maneuver.
All right.
Now, the
Yeah.
studies
Here's why.
of those,
Here's why. Let me tell you why. Because we've been through all the original police reports and witness statements. When Yuri Buchanan and Michael Proctor went to Dighton to visit with Karen, to seize her car and phone without a warrant, because they were convinced it was a car accident, because the only people they had spoken to were Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert. They hadn't found one piece of taillight or any evidence of a car accident, but they were going to pin it on the girl. When they went to Dighton to talk to Karen, one of the very few things she said to them was something about a 3-point turn. That on the way to Fairview, she missed the turn and she made a 3-point turn and she turned onto something as such like that. That was, I don't even know if that was confirmed by Ricky D'Antuono, who was driving the car that Ryan Nagel was in, because all I remember them, I don't know that they saw her make a 3-point turn, but in any event, it was on Cedar Crest, right? This alleged 3-point turn. I think Karen admitted to it. That's how they got that information. Interestingly enough, after that, at some point, Matt McCabe gave a statement that he saw these 3-point turn tire marks in front of 34 Fairview to corroborate the story, apparently. How would Matt McCabe have known that Karen Reed told Proctor and Buchanan about this 3-point turn? Notice how Matt McCabe hasn't been called to testify this time. They couldn't see a body on the lawn, but he could see tire tracks in the street that indicated a wavy pattern to him, like a 3-point turn. Right. Matt and Jen saw the tire tracks. It happened on another street. The only reason they knew that is Karen told them that. Who told Matt? Right? I have questions.
Events, is that the role of the accident reconstructionist?
Yes, it is.
So then what was your role related to, your specific role related to those two characterized events, the 3-point turn event and the backing maneuver event?
Sure. So within that text stream data, those events are documented with what's called a time count. So that's going to be a running timer from the time the vehicle powers on or the ignition comes on. So that counter will count seconds incrementally. And specifically, the focus was looking for any time-stamped data that would offer when that power on event occurred.
Okay. All right. I'm going to point this out too.
Did
Put a
you
pin
put
in this
together-
because I haven't watched this yet. So it just makes my brain turn as it does. The only things that he's looking at are a 3-point turn and a reverse event, right? All in the same, are these all in the same key cycle? Think about this. We've seen the video. Karen Reed, 5:07 a.m., backing out of John O'Keefe's driveway, smacks into John's car. I don't know if that would have registered as a trigger event or anything. Backs into his car, pulls forward to get out of the driveway, backs up again, pulls out of the driveway head first, right? Because we see that sus ring camera footage of the taillight that people say is cracked. To me, it looks intact. I don't know what to make of that at all. Isn't that a 3-point turn? And then at some point, she goes to Jen McCabe's in the same key cycle. Think about this. In the same key cycle, she goes to Jen McCabe's house and pulls into the driveway. And at some point, somebody had to back that car out of the driveway to go back to One Meadows. I think I just cracked the case. Because in my scenario, a 3-point turn and a reverse backing up event occurs in the same key cycle. I don't know. I'm no biomechanical engineer, neither is he. I don't have a BS in BS, but yeah, neither does he. But I can explain that away just as easily. Also, another 3-point turn happens when we see the ring camera footage in Karen's parents' driveway in Dighton. There's a reverse event where that car is spinning in the driveway because it's like 2 feet of snow. They back out of whoever's driving that car, backs out of the driveway, backs into the street, and then pulls onto the tow truck. Isn't that considered a 3-point turn too? And a reverse event. And then at some point, that car's got to be reversed off of that tow truck. So, there's a lot of these events happening when you have to twist yourself as a contortionist to fit into this little tiny box on Pearl Street in Boulder, if you know, to come up with this theory. It's a little too much effort, don't you think?
A PowerPoint presentation regarding your assessment of some of this case?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
I have this on regular speed. So I didn't, if you want me to speed it up, I will. But I feel like Brennan talks so fast and he kind of talks fast, but let me know. I'll entertain any and all motions today.
Handing you a package, you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is my PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
You just turn a few pages so
Sure.
you can look and see if that accurately reflects the presentation you put together.
I love you too, Nicola Maxwell.
Yes, it appears so.
And does this reflect some of your study of this case?
It does reflect some of the study in this case.
Is it an entire comprehensive study of everything that you learned, or is it an overview?
No, it is an overview.
For the course permission, I would mark this for identification. I intend to use this, the course permission, as a chalk.
Okay, so we'll mark it for identification.
Exhibit
Um,
SS for identification.
Shout out to Nicola Maxwell because she is in every chat on every channel defending me in comments. Sometimes I go on channels that are not my own where we cannot control trolls. And Nicola is in all of these comment sections defending me. And I have to say, women helping other women, girl, you are the model, the poster girl of that. So thank you for doing that because not a lot of people do that. And some creators let the nasty comments hang out there. I don't. If people come into my comments and bash my guests, they're gone. Like the comments are gone. So thank you for doing that. I just want you to know that I have noticed and I appreciate it so very much. You're the greatest. Thanks.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I want you to teach us a little bit about the computers in a motor vehicle. Is there one computer, like a black box in an airplane?
No, so there's actually many. Depending on the vehicle, there could be hundreds with very specific functions to what they're what they're meant to do.
Tell us a little bit about why there's a need or why many computers are used in a single vehicle.
Sure. So there's so many functions within your modern vehicle nowadays. So for instance, your infotainment module, that is a computer that operates your radio, your head unit. So that's going to be your obviously your radio.
I'm going to let that one go.
Built-in navigations, Android
head
Auto,
unit,
Apple CarPlay.
Head unit was a softball. I was going to say head unit is into the chat, but that was a softball. I'm going to let it go. What, dude, really?
Obviously,
Okay.
your radio, any type of built-in navigations, Android Auto, Apple CarPlay. There's what's called a telematics module. That's going to be what actually allows the vehicle to communicate with the internet services. So when you look at if you've got an app that can track your vehicle or unlock your doors, that's being allowed through that telematics module.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Ms. Gilman show page 3 of the PowerPoint.
Okay.
You're the best, Nicola.
Any objection, Mr. Lassie?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sir, on your PowerPoint page 3, you have a chalk or diagram of a car. You may have a pointer in front of you if it helps.
Sure.
If you could direct your attention to the TV to your right. Could you explain to us what this diagram shows us?
Sure. So this is a diagram that just shows, a small number of modules that you can find in specifically the Lexus in this case. Again, what we're focused on and looking at is the infotainment module and the telematics module in orange. For example, there are other modules known as the body control module and the airbag control module, the engine control module, which runs your vehicle. In addition to that, there are other modules that operate your door locks and unlocks, your windows, and various other functions.
When you use the word module, is that the same thing as a separate computer or is it different somehow?
Yeah, so that using parlance, module would be referring to a separate computer within the vehicle.
Do all of these separate computers in the vehicle connect with each other?
They do. So all of these modules are connected to one another, and they do communicate with each other.
The information that would be commonly referred to as black box or information that captures some of an event, where would that be in this diagram?
Sure. So the black box would be in the airbag control module.
And then as far as the radio system, you shared with us, that's the infotainment module?
Yes. So the radio system is going to be, that data is going to be stored within the infotainment module.
And the telematics module, specifically, what are we looking for there?
Sure. So the telematics module, again, is a module that allows communication with internet services. So if you've got an app on your phone that you can unlock or lock your doors, that's the telematics module is allowing that function to occur.
Do all make and model cars have the same setup as this diagram?
No, they do not. It will vary.
Does it vary from car maker to car maker?
It does. It varies from car maker to car maker. It varies from trim level as well.
Could two different cars from the same manufacturer, same style, could they have different components in those cars?
They could, yes.
Why is that?
Sure. So during the manufacturing phase, depending on cost and other things, manufacturers will source these modules from different third-party manufacturers. So one vehicle may have a module from, for instance, LG Electronics. One may have a module from Denso. And depending on how those individual manufacturers implement that software and hardware, they may record and store different types of data.
So from your experience, you've reviewed or you studied a 2022 Lexus, and then you see another Lexus, whether it's 2022, 2023. Would you be able to say you've seen it, you've already done it, or do you have to individually look at each car?
Sure. So you would typically look at, and to correct, it's a 2021 Lexus. But if you want to understand.
He just corrected Brennan. He just corrected Brennan on the record. Look at his face, the weasel. Look at this. And I'm thinking, isn't it a 2021 Lexus? I thought I knew this case pretty well. I guess I was wrong. It was a 2022 Lexus. Look at Brennan's face when he's corrected.
Sure. So you would typically look at, and to correct, it's a 2021 Lexus. But if you want to understand what may be stored in a subject module, you would look at, take an exemplar vehicle and conduct some testing to determine.
Does he look embarrassed like he doesn't understand the case? Listen, at $250 an hour, you get what you pay for. I'm saying it. $250 an hour is what plumbers charge in New York City. This guy's billing the state of Massachusetts or the county of Norfolk or wherever the hell's paying him $250 an hour. They've already paid him $250,000. I don't know if there's any updates on how much he's been paid. Right. Depends on the day. 2021, 129, 2022, 130. Yeah, it like, what are we doing? His jaw's clenched. He doesn't even know what we're talking about here. If the prosecutor who is persecuting a woman facing life in prison on murder 2 charges, life in prison, by the way, with zero evidence of a car accident, doesn't even know the car that she was driving, it doesn't really matter. Again, just trust us, bro. It'll all come together in the end. We'll see. It's embarrassing. Embarrassing.
Determine what is being recorded and how that data is being recorded.
You mentioned that you were looking for time information or power on information regarding 2 events.
Correct.
Can we characterize those events as text stream events?
Yes, we can.
Do people sometimes refer to them as triggering events?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are they often
Leading. He just leads his own witnesses.
Sometimes
Like he
referred-
hasn't, like there are no rules. There are no rules in this court. He can lead his own. Are they called triggering? You know what's triggering? You. You are triggering me and probably every single other person out of the 3,067 people that are in this chat right now. You are triggering each and every one of us. On a trial day, you trigger 20,000 people at a time in my chat. You are triggering us. You don't understand the rules. You are not allowed to lead your own witness on direct. The proper question would be, is there something else that they could be called? He doesn't understand. He doesn't get it. This is why they're paying $250 an hour. You get what you pay for. You buy cheap, you buy often.
extreme events?
Yes, we can.
Do people sometimes refer to them as triggering events?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are they often or sometimes referred to as something else other than a text stream event?
They can be referred to as other things besides text stream events.
Can you give us an example of what else they may be referred to as?
Sure. So that would be triggering events.
Why is it called?
See what he does here? I've been pointing this out since day one of this trial. This is the way he does. This is what he does. This is what he does. And he's allowed. What you allow continues. In case any of you have ever, read up on narcissists or not toxic relationship behavior, what you allow continues. He asks an improper question in leading form, which gives his witness the answer to the question that he's going to ask next. Because when it's objected to and sustained, the witness now knows, oh, that's what he wants me to say. It is so improper that it's bordering on, well, it's already very annoying, outrageous, and it's really starting to piss me off. Because it's blatant what he's doing. It's blatant. Either he's not prepping his witnesses and he doesn't have time. So he's just like, listen, hey, when I ask you a question and you're not sure the answer that I want, I'm going to ask an improper question first. It's going to get objected to. It's going to be sustained. But the magic words are going to be in the question. So just listen up, okay? That's all the prep we need. Thank you. Get on the stand. Enjoy. Peace out. See you tomorrow. Come on, man. It's so improper. It's like trial law 101. Really?
Called a triggering event.
Sure. So the event is actually created when there's a trigger, and those trigger thresholds will vary and could be for a number of different reasons.
When a text stream event happens, or a so-called triggering event, what happens in the data?
Sure. So when a text stream event happens, there is when that trigger is met, there is certain data parameters or data types that are recorded for a specific time frame.
Okay, like what?
In this case, how many of those events were you looking at?
Just one.
Oh, just one.
When
Like
you
every other
mentioned
witness.
time, I want to have you explain to us a little bit about time. You said there's a running clock. Can you explain that in a little more detail and simply what that means?
Sure. So in what's recorded within the text stream events, I'll refer to as a running clock. Essentially what it is when the vehicle's powered on, this clock starts to run and it counts seconds from power on.
Okay.
So when you press the ignition on, this clock starts. And when there is a text stream event that occurs within that cycle or within that ignition on, that is recorded as the time that trigger occurred.
Does that give an actual time, like when you look at your watch or you look at your cell phone?
It does not give an actual time. Yeah.
Well, isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient? So all it tells you is from the time you power the car on to the time you power the car off, how much time has elapsed. There's no date associated with it, no time associated with it. And just like every other expert witness who's testified for the Commonwealth, we're going to give you a limited set of facts. We're not going to give you all the information. We're not going to give you the hash values or anything. We're just going to give you a PDF printout of some data. Ready, set, go. So ridiculous.
Your Honor, pardon the interruption, the chalk remains on the screen.
Okay, are you still reviewing the chalk?
We can take it down if it pleases Attorney Alisi.
Thank you.
Alisi. Do you think the jury's
So
getting pissed
you were
off? Do you
getting
think the
back to the
jury, I'm
clock.
sorry, oops. Did you think the jury's getting pissed off because they know his name is Alessi by now? That Brennan can't even respect opposing counsel enough to pronounce his name correctly. I mean, Alessi is not a hard name to pronounce. It's, phonetic, right? I mean, it's A-L-E-S-S-I, Alessi. It's easy. There's not an extra E in there, Brennan. Are you just doing that because you're mad, because you're butthurt that people called you Brennan, or actually it's your paralegal who hates you that named you Brennan in one of your own documents? Hi, my name is Hank Brennan. Oh, guess what? We have a name tag for that. I'll put it up in addition to Chaka from Land of the Lost, but here it is. Hello, my name is Hank Brennan. I think it's so annoying and rude. Disrespectful.
You said it's like a running clock. Is that like a stopwatch?
Yeah, that could be referred to as a stopwatch.
Where is that running clock kept in the data?
Sure. So that running clock is kept within the airbag control module.
Is that the so-called black box part of the data?
That is correct.
With the running clock, how do you determine the actual time as it relates to, say, for example, your digital watch or your iPhone or another clock?
Sure. So in that instance, you would need to have an event that occurs, such as a power on event with a timestamp to reference back that running clock.
When you got involved in this case and you looked at the information that was previously downloaded by Ms. Gaffney, was there any data regarding power on, power off to mark that time?
From the initial download, there was not.
When you involved yourself in your study, what was your primary focus as far as information you wanted to get and why?
Sure. So primary focus when I initially got brought on was to look at the modules and see if there's any data that was not recovered. And then specifically, again, looking at any time-stamped data that may have been recorded within the modules.
You talked about the differences in modules. In your PowerPoint, did you provide a couple of photographs of the modules so we can see what you're talking about?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put on page 4 of the PowerPoint.
Okay.
Chloe Chaka is our mascot. He's in the upper right-hand corner right now. Land of the Lost, because that's where we are. We're in the Land of the Lost, upside down matrix.
Could you
inside
explain
out.
to us the photograph on the left and then the photograph on the right?
Sure. So the photograph on the left is kind of a top-down view
Kinda.
of the infotainment module from the Lexus. photograph on the right is a top-down view of the telematics module from the Lexus.
Are these modules from this specific car, or is this a general photograph of a car and how it works?
These modules are from this specific vehicle.
From the car you studied?
Correct.
On the left infotainment module, you have different manufacturers. Why is that?
Sure. So again, these modules are not manufactured by Lexus or Toyota themselves. They are manufactured by third parties that are providing these modules to the car manufacturer.
If you're not looking at your screen, I will tell you that this chalk says the following: infotainment module. And then it has 3 different manufacturers: Fujitsu 10/Denso 10, Pioneer, and Panasonic. It appears that this one is a Pioneer. And then at the bottom, it says each manufacturer designs its modules differently, resulting in the something
And
amount
these
of
are
data
just some
recorded.
examples of what we have seen within these specific vehicles and what type of manufacturers provide modules for these vehicles.
If we could turn to page 5, please.
Toyota manufactures Lexus, yes. So it may say Toyota on the
When-
sticker. You're correct.
You looked at the data that was provided in this case. Did you draft a report?
Yes, I did.
Your initial impressions, can you share with us what your initial impressions were?
Sure. So initial impressions were that
Oops.
data was missed from the initial download.
Yeah, right.
What type of data do you think was missed, or did you conclude was missed from the initial download?
Sure. So that would be, essentially all of the user data was missed during that initial download.
How did you conclude or come to the opinion that data was missed on the initial download?
Sure. So reviewing the raw data, you can see that, what we would expect to find, which would be things like contacts or from devices or device connections or time-stamped data, was not there in those initial downloads.
When you first looked at the data and you came to the conclusion that there was missing data, did you have a working theory on what you thought or how you thought the information was missing?
Sure. So I did have a
Wait, does he understand what theory means, or do we need to pull out the Webster's dictionary? Is English his first language and BS his second language, or is it flipped? BS is number 1 and English is number 2. You tell me what you think.
working theory initially of why the data was missing.
And what was your initial theory?
Sure. So if, I'll reference kind of to the slide a little bit.
We can take that down if you'd like, Mr. Lisa.
Sure. So, sorry, can you repeat the question?
When you had your initial theory of data missing, what was it based on?
Sure. So the initial theory was based on 2 things. Either one of 2 things initially I thought could have happened, and that was a bad or partial read of the chips, or it could be that the data-bearing chip that we are looking for was overlooked and not downloaded.
When your first thoughts were that this was a partial read of chips, was there anything about the chips when you looked at them that you concluded or came to an opinion on?
Sure. So initially, when I was reviewing the data and reviewing the part numbers on the chips, we can see what, how much storage is on each chip. And that can kind of get complicated, but essentially what we're looking at
It's
is
not
we're looking
complicated
at
if you know your bits from your bytes, and maybe the chips needed a little dip, and then bada bing, there he was. Oh, that was a softball too. We got a little dip with our chips, didn't we?
data stored as either bits or bytes. That is represented as a capital B or a small lowercase b. So initially, upon reviewing the data and with the assumption that a competent examiner would not miss a chip or a device or data bearing chip on the board,
Who are you calling incompetent?
I misinterpreted and wrote a lowercase or a capital B when I should have wrote a lowercase b in my notes, which led me to believe that there was a partial download of those initial chips.
So
Now,
who is he calling incompetent? Is he calling himself incompetent, or is he calling Maggie Gaffney incompetent? Hold on a second. I mean, I can't imagine he would just call himself incompetent. Hold on. Yeah, right. So is he also going to blame the typist for typing gigabyte instead of gigabit, or megabyte instead of megabit, or whatever it is? Bytes, bits, bytes. No big whoop. The chips needed a little dip.
A competent examiner would not miss, and
The
with the
assumption-
assumption that
A competent
examiner would not miss a chip or a device or data bearing chip on the board, I misinterpreted and wrote a lowercase or a capital B when I should have wrote a lowercase b in my notes, which led me to believe that there was a partial download of those initial chips.
Wow.
Now, as a forensic analyst, do
kindergarten.
you rest on your initial impressions, or do you go through a continued process?
No, so I do not. So just like the scientific method, if you have a working theory, you then review and research to either prove or disprove that theory.
And did you engage in that scientific?
Do you think that we think that you know what the scientific method is? You don't know your bits from your bytes. You don't know the 29th from the 30th. But you did know at least it was a 2021 Lexus. I'm sorry, this is insane.
Process in working theory?
I did.
And how soon after you wrote the report did you realize there may be another source of the material?
Sure. So, I'll clarify a little bit. That initial was not a report; it was just a protocol that was proposed. But I believe that there was a supplemental protocol written within a week or two of the initial protocol.
And when you used the scientific method and studied the theory that you had, what did you decide or what did you learn?
Sure. So upon further review and research, I discovered that there was a SD card or a micro SD card that was on the circuit boards of one of the modules that was never looked at.
Now, you weren't present at the original process?
That is correct.
When you looked at the modules, those computer boards, did you notice anything about them that happened during the original process?
Sure. So I did notice during the chip off process, what you do to take these chips off is you apply heat to them. So that essentially liquefies the solder, which is a low temperature metal that connects the chips to the board and makes those connections so the board can communicate. And there was some damage caused from that initial chip off.
And again, why would you take the chips off a board if they're already attached? Why would you need to do that?
Sure. So when you don't have, typically if you think about downloading data from your cell phone, you have a USB port on your cell phone that you can easily plug that into a computer. That's not the case with vehicle modules. So you have to remove these chips from the board, and then you've got programmers or readers that will read the data from these chips.
Did you have a chance to study the boards that were already accessed during an earlier chip-off process before you got involved?
Yes, I did have an opportunity to study some photographs of the boards.
Oh.
Could we have page
Is there
14,
metadata?
please, Ms. Gilman?
Were they altered? Was Photoshop involved?
Objection, Mr. List.
No objection, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, if we could turn to page 15. Tell us what this is, please.
Sure. So this is the infotainment module that you saw earlier. This is just two photographs during the disassembly process of taking that module apart.
Could you zoom in on the right photograph, Ms. Gilman?
So he never examined the actual thing. He only saw
If that's the best
photos.
we can do, that's fine right there. Could you share with us a little bit about what this is?
Sure. So this is how I received the modules when we took a secondary look at them. Essentially, this is if you see from the right photographs, there's many boards that are contained within this infotainment module. This specific board that we're looking at here on the right is the board where they removed chips from. What we're looking at is the circuit board itself, as well as two components that were previously removed during that initial download attempt.
So if you can't read the chips on the board, if you remove them, is there a tool that you can use to actually read the individual chips in isolation?
Yes. So there is tools, various tools that you can use to read those chips and read the data from those chips.
If we could have 16, please.
It's like an aerial view of Lumen. Lumen Industries. Thank you, Shannon
you tell
B,
us what you
for your
see here?
presentation today.
Sure. So what you see here is
Thank you, Shannon B. You have earned a dance off.
two of the components that were initially removed from the board during that first download attempt. I've documented an additional chip that was still on the board that was not identified during that initial download on this side of the circuit board. And then I've got photographs matching the chip and where its placement was initially on the circuit board.
Could we have page 17, please? And what do we see there?
Sure. So this is some of the damage that occurred to the circuit board itself during the initial chip off download attempt.
Do you have a pointer on the stand?
I do. Yes.
Could you show us what the left photograph point out what you mean by damage?
Sure. So right here on the left part, you've got these two highlighted blocks. So what this is if you remember back to the last slide, the larger chip that we were looking at, this is directly underneath.
Henrik is doing the Lord's work and counting the number of shures. So far, I think we're up to 57. Thank you, Henrik, for doing the Lord's work. We appreciate you so. All I can see is his hair. No man is an island, but you know what is an island? The tuft on his head. Thank you. Thank you, Double Bend Leather Company, for keeping me laughing today.
Underneath that. So when you're removing that larger chip, what you're doing is you're applying heat to it. If you apply too much heat during that chip off process, the underside of the board will actually heat up and you'll have chips fall off of the underside of the board. So that's what's occurred here on the left side. On the right side, as you heat up these chips, if you're not careful as you pick them up off the board, you can displace other components. And that is what you see right here in this highlighted box here is a small passive component that has been displaced where it should be parallel.
What is the risk of damaging components when they're taking off the board during a chip off?
Sure. So the risk of that is causing damage that could be internally that we can't see. And if you want to put the chips back on the board and assemble everything back together, it may not work appropriately.
In addition to seeing the damage with your eyes on these photographs, do you look at data when you engage in the analysis, whether or not you think data is missing?
Yes, I do.
Could we have page 6, please? Could you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is just some examples of what user data would look like and what we're expecting to see when we look at the raw data from the chips that are removed from the board. So there's two ways to look at data. And one way is looking at the file system, similar to the file system you would see on your computer when you store documents. Same thing exists in vehicle modules. There are instances, though, where you cannot rebuild the complete file system, and you've got to actually look at the raw data in hexadecimal format. So that hex data, the bottom photograph or screenshot, is what that would look like in hexadecimal format.
You know what else can't be
When
rebuilt?
you look at the data that
Your credibility. Bump. I'll be here all week, folks. I'll be here all week.
was provided during the original chip off or process and was produced by Ms. Gaffney, were you able to, at this point, identify any date and time or power on or off information that you were looking for?
No, I was not.
You mentioned that you went beyond the original data from the testing and you discovered something on the board?
Yes, that's correct.
Could we have page 18, please?
I love you guys so much. You are so funny.
Tell us what you found.
Sure. So this is a micro SD card that I identified on the subject vehicle and later validated that existed on an exemplar vehicle as well.
Could you use the pointer?
Sure.
I know there's a red square, but I want you to describe for us what you saw and what that meant to you.
Sure. So if you look at this side of the circuit board, obviously this is a zoomed in view. But what you see is this kind of underneath the SD card is a silver casing. That is the slot that the SD card would go into, similar to the slot you would have on your computer. And again, what we're looking at is the SD card, just both sides, top and bottom.
You had mentioned earlier that when you looked at the data, you believed that there was data missing. When you found this SD card and discovered this, what did you conclude?
Sure. So at that point, I concluded that the data that we were missing was most likely stored on this SD card.
Did it appear whether or not this SD card had ever been removed from the board?
No, it did not.
Did you receive any information that this SD card was ever studied or downloaded?
No, I did not.
Could you
Sorry.
just take this board and put it back in the car and use software to read it?
There are instances where you can do that. For this vehicle, though, we could not.
Why couldn't you?
Sure. So there are commercial forensic tools that are available for vehicle systems. One of those tools is referred to, or is called Burla. Burla is a company that writes hardware and software.
Burla. We know about
develops
Burla.
hardware and software that pulls data from vehicles in a user-friendly way, so that non-technical people can gain access to this
Like
data without having to go through the steps that we did in this case.
We know Burla because didn't Garino testify, like at the first trial, that he was chasing around the Burla reps at every sales conference saying, when are you going to make the proper software so that I can, frame Karen Reed a little bit more, for the 2021 Lexus, wink, wink, nod, nod, say no more, say no more. Wasn't he chasing the Burla reps around at all the sales conferences that he went to, Garino?
When you discovered this SD card and had your hypothesis that there may be data on it, did you have concerns about simply removing the SD card and trying to read it?
Yeah. So anytime you see an SD card on a vehicle module, in the past, there's research and there's documentation of finding these SD cards. Most of the time, they are what's called Command 42 locked. So what that means is there's a lock put in place. So if you take this SD card out, plug it into your computer is not going to recognize it. So the SD card is actually looking for a passcode from the vehicle itself to unlock it and allow access to the data.
What if you don't have that passcode?
Sure. So when you don't have that passcode, there are ways around that lock.
Hacker.
Specifically, if we
Isn't he
look
a
at
hacker?
the left photo, you can see there's a lighter shaded black area on the SD card. What that is it's a protective covering that is covering some what's known as technological pads, and those pads allow access to reading the data and bypassing that lock.
Is gaining access to an SD card on a board like this a simple process?
It is not a simple process.
Are there a lot of advanced studies on it?
There are advanced studies on it, and it is a in-depth process to recover this data and interpret it.
Are there any concerns that you had about spoiling or destroying the data if you tried to access the SD card without a passcode?
No, not that I'm aware of. There's no documentation or research that suggests you would spoliate or lose data by bypassing that lock.
Were you concerned at all in trying to get the information from the SD card about the process of it?
Yes, I was.
Why?
To get data from this SD card, we suspected that the user data that we were expecting was on this card. So in order to validate that user data existed on this card, we processed and went through a set of testing and validation on an exemplar vehicle.
What's an exemplar vehicle mean?
Sure. So an exemplar vehicle is a 2021 Lexus
2020
LX570 that is as close to the same trim and features that the subject vehicle was.
Wow.
You can take that.
Wow. Hank Brennan authorized Aperture to go out and buy themselves an exemplar Lexus. Can you imagine? Their bill is even going to be probably $75,000 more than I thought. Could you imagine? Yeah, sure. We'll sign off on that. Taxpayers in Norfolk County or the state of Massachusetts, they'll pay for it. It's the state of Massachusetts the Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen. We'll just hit the Commonwealth to foot the bill because that's how badly we want to pin it on the girl. Go out and buy yourselves an exemplar Lexus to use for testing. Are you freaking kidding me? That was approved. They just don't go out and do that without making sure that they're going to get paid back for it. Thank you, Hosterio. I appreciate you.
Dan, I'm Skillman. Why did you want a similar but very separate vehicle to do testing before you tried to crack into the SD card?
Sure. So, it's kind of multiple reasons. First, to validate that the process that we're theorizing to recover data is viable. But also, this is a vehicle that there's no documentation on as far as, the data that is stored and the data, how it's recorded and what it, means. So as well as, being able to validate that process, we also wanted to do testing and create some of our own data and known data sets on a vehicle so that when we got the data, we were able to look at it and compare it to our known data sets. And we were able to validate and correctly interpret what that data means.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we take our break right now?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, folks, we'll take a 15, 20 minute
Seems like a good place to take a break, Mr. Brennan, because you might want to go back and reassess your questioning here, because it's hella confusing. And now I'm mad that you gave this man the authority to go buy an exemplar Lexus with taxpayer money. People might be mad. They might get mad about it. Chloe Albert's Revenge says he can't be referring to Trooper Paul's report. He used color forms in Duplo blocks. Bev sitting on the scale says, I love how the Commonwealth are trying to blame it on the girl again just because they couldn't do their own chip off. Hank is next level gaslighting. He sure is, isn't he? Shannon, the liar Oh, that is chef's kiss. Amazing. What a great username. Hi, Melanie. Alessi is a beefcake. See picture with Will and the glare. Oh, we did. We went over that. Oh, we went over that picture the other day. I don't remember what day it was. It might have been Tuesday. But yes, we did. We played it. We looked at it in the morning, and many of you were very inspired by it. Bruce West, an expert that does not assure his work product is accurate and truthful. I'll just cut and paste, right? Goes to not just credibility, but sloppiness, laziness. And what data exactly is it that you say you used here? Look at Auntie Bev's Kangaroo Court and 3 Ring Circus coming in and gifting 10 memberships. Thank you so much. You're amazing. So amazing and so generous. And I love you with all of my heart. As I like to say, I love you with all of my heart. Look at Kevin coming in here and saying, Mel, I saw you on Peter's show Friday. I watch him sometimes too, but watch you religiously. He's hot. He's hot. You are my number one celebrity crush. Free Karen Reed. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'll allow it. Alanis Morissette's Ironic, I think, is on the playlist, Kate, because I've been singing that tune since season 1. So it should be. For those of you who don't know, we have a mixtape Spotify playlist for the Karen Retrial. It is linked below the show notes in this video. You might have to close out your chat to get to it. But it's like, I don't know, 10 hours of music. And I think we're like 130 songs into it by now because I think in song lyrics, and so do you. Many of you. How many times will he say, sure so, says currently pursuing law degree. Well, Henrik is keeping track. And so we will find out. Midnight Mike, Hank will never use Mr. Clean again with all the times he's been mopped out by Alessi. Oh, you mean Trooper Paul? Wait, Trooper Paul or this guy? Because Alessi was not around for Trooper Paul. So which Mr. Clean are we talking about? Thank you, Midnight Mike. Midnight Mike is always a big gifter. Trooper Paul says Josh H. Trooper Paul says his last didn't Trooper Paul say his test was key cycle 1164? Yes, and I brought this up and we discussed it at length on Defense Diaries on Friday night, but we're going to talk about it again today. If 1164 was backing out of the Sallyport, wouldn't that put Karen Reed driving from Fairview 1159? I have a lot of questions about this, but yes, he did say 1164 was when he was testing the Lexus at the Sallyport. Mr. Clean, the cleaning product. Oh, okay. Henrik says we're up to 57 so far. 57 sures so far. Nancy Joe, sorry this is off topic. What if Proctor pleads the 5th? Will Auntie Bev give him an out and block him from testifying? No, actually, he cannot plead the 5th to everything that he's already testified to. So the things that he's already testified to, I don't think he's allowed to plead the 5th to again under Massachusetts rules. And so there's that. Aiden Carney did plead the 5th, sidebar, and so he is not going to be called to testify. But Proctor's already testified about all this stuff already. So if they do call him, I believe that he will take the stand. That is my belief. Thank you, Nancy Joe, for your 10. Eagles fan, I mean, he'd be under subpoena. They could go out and collect him, right? Couldn't the marshals or I don't know who does it in Massachusetts, the sheriff, the MSP probably, go get him and pick him up and bring him in if he doesn't want to come? If he did plead the fifth, he'd still would have to do it under oath in the courthouse in front of the judge. But he's already testified to all this stuff already. Ain't going to happen. I mean, it ain't going to happen that he's going to plead the fifth, I don't think, or that he can. Eagles fan, maybe it's just me being a northerner, but I do declare that the words on and own are pronounced differently. I know. A lot of things here are going to annoy you. Daniel Faraday, because time is slipping and we are lost. His sure so is rather grating like Lally's what if any. Yes, it is. And that's why Henrik is keeping track. Look, here's Midnight Mike again, gifting 5 more memberships. Thank you so much, Midnight Mike. The virtual juror says, Tuft will fly away, parody of I'll Fly Away for the playlist, please. Thank you. Thank you. 2 left side guys having a chip off, says Christine Fox. Thank you, Christine, for hanging out with me for a month. I hope you're enjoying yourself because we really like it here, and I think you will too. New guys changing testing cycle to 1167, 1164 is the trip to Dighton. Okay, let's see where we go from here with more of Mr. Burgess after the break. Seems that person of the year did allow all of this, May.
Mr. Burgess, when we left off, we were talking about an exemplar vehicle that you were using for tests and studies.
That you
If
purchased.
we could put up page 9, please, Ms. Gilman. Could you tell us what this is, Mr. Burgess?
Yes, so this is the photographs of the exemplar vehicle that we conducted testing on. So again, it's a 2021 Lexus LX 570. And the reasoning that we did this testing was, again, to validate that the user data that we were expecting to see was stored on that SD card. Additionally, in addition to that, we were also looking to create a exemplar data set, so a known data set, and we did that by connecting these cameras here. There's a camera here looking straight out. There's a camera here looking at the infotainment screen. What those cameras are doing is they're synced together, and they're recording timestamps as well as they're recording any interactions that we have with the vehicle. So us opening the doors, turning on the vehicle, turning off the vehicle, driving the vehicle, interacting with the infotainment system is all being documented.
Oh, okay. So did John O'Keefe open the door when he got to 34 Fairview? Are they gonna touch on that? Did the passenger side door open and close? Okay, I have questions.
And that way we can go back when we get the data off of the SD card and we can compare it to that documentation.
How closely were you trying to match the exemplar vehicle to the defendant's vehicle?
Obviously, as closely as we could get. If I recall correctly, this is almost a perfect match to the subject vehicle.
If we could turn to page 20, please. Can you tell us what this shows? And Ms. Gilman, if you could you focus in on the top gray and white line part, if you could? A little further out, if you could.
Did it have the same manufacturer,
We'd like
a
to see all
black
3
box,
rows
and
if
whatever that
possible.
other thing was? Okay, this means nothing to anybody.
not, we'll do
It's
it
a bunch
from
of
the
numbers
further
and
view.
letters.
Okay. Could you share with us what this slide represents, Mr.
Sure.
Burgess?
So this slide represents a comparison between the exemplar data and the data from the subject Lexus. In this comparison, we're looking at navigation system software. So that's going to be the infotainment system software. There's a number of different softwares running on this infotainment system for various functions. So you can see here there's a firmware version for the Wi-Fi functionality as well as the OS version, the audio, the DVD function, and I believe there's a section for the CD or disc version. So what we're looking at is we're looking at the software versions that are running on the Exemplar. We're comparing that to the software versions that are running on the subject, and those match. So we would expect to see the user data to be stored in the same way.
Is it common that an Exemplar vehicle will match the Focus vehicle exactly like this?
Yeah, so I wouldn't say it's common or uncommon. I have seen it in the past. A lot of times with your newer vehicles, you'll probably notice some of them tend to update more often than others. For this one, it looks like the Lexus doesn't update quite as often. So we are able to see that the software versions are the same.
If we could take that down, please. And if you could remind us before we go into your findings in that SD card that was left behind. What was the most important thing you were looking for as far as data on that SD card?
Sure. So the most important thing we're looking for is time-stamped data, specifically related to power on or ignition on events.
If you were to find time-stamped data for power on, power off ignition events, how would you use that? What would you use that in unison or comparison with the information that you already had?
Sure. So we would use that in comparison with provided surveillance videos to compare and see how accurate those timestamps are and how consistent they are, specifically on the night of January or the morning of January 29th.
When you analyzed the SD card, did you get viable information?
Well, he got it right there the morning of January 29th, but then in his report, it says the 30th and his charts say the 30th. So where's like the disconnect here? Hi, Karina. Karina was named after a Bob Dylan song, and she asked if I could put it in on the playlist because of Karina Kolithakithis, and I allowed it. Thank you, Karina. Love you. That's amazing, amazing addition to the playlist. We got it. What is Still Alive, Kurt? Who's Still Alive by? You mean Staying Alive by like the Bee Gees? Hold on. Still Alive. Well, there's a couple of songs here. Aperture Science. There's one that actually says on Spotify, Aperture Science Psycho something, and one by Demi Lovato. I'm assuming that's Still Alive. You don't listen to Demi Lovato, so I'm not sure what you're asking for here. Oh, there's a Three Doors Down song. I don't know. Social Distortion. There's a lot of you're gonna have to be a little more specific, Kurt. Thank you though. 3-5. I'll take it. Aperture Science one is fine. That'll be fine. Which one? From the orange box. Okay. All right. Here we go. See, we're not making fun of looks because that hairdo is a choice. That's a choice. Like Lally's Baby Shark hairdo. That is a choice. This is a choice. Right? It's a choice.
Yes, we did.
What information did you get?
So we've got a couple different data types. We got contact lists from some of the connected devices, as well as serial numbers and phone numbers associated with the connected devices, call logs, and then power on and power off events.
Was your focus on one particular aspect of that data?
Primarily, the focus was on the power on and off events.
And did you find information regarding power and power off events that could date and time?
Yes, we did.
If we could have number 29, please.
Right. I don't know if I'm not in on the joke. Are we all in on the same joke? But just to show you this to you, when I looked it up on Spotify, literally there's a song called Still Alive. Oh, I don't know if you can see this with the ring light, but it says Aperture Science Psychoacoustic Laboratories songs to test by. Did I miss the joke? Because that's crazy. It's the songs to test by. Collector's Edition by Aperture Science. That's crazy. Yeah. Oh, it's from Portal PC, a PC game. Okay. I was so confused. Oh, okay. That's a little bit too strange That's a little bit of a coincidence, right? The song's still alive is from a game called Portal, where the evil villain is a company called Aperture Science. That's crazy. And leave it to Kurt to figure that out. That's crazy. Okay. It's on the list. I just put it on there. You too can listen to it. There's some U2 on the list too. Speaking of U2. All right. Back to Shannon with one N.
Can you share with us what you found?
Sure. So this is some screenshots from our exemplar testing. So again, these are from those cameras that I pointed out earlier. What we see when we go back and review this camera footage is we see when I press the ignition on button, there is actually a logo that appears on the infotainment screen as it's booting up. That time that logo appears on the screen is associated with a time that we see in the raw data, and that's in the hexadecimal data that is very small, so it's kind of hard to see. But essentially what you have is you've got a date and you've got a time in UTC, and then you've got a identifier that suggests that the vehicle has been powered on. So we've got 4 of these tests that we can kind of compare back to and determine that this is the time that the infotainment system powers on and that first logo screen appears. And then through testing, we can identify that is approximately ignition on is approximately 3 seconds before that timestamp.
So do I understand if you press the button to start the vehicle, there's a 3-second delay before the actual vehicle starts?
Correct. So not the actual vehicle starting. So you press the ignition on button, there's a 3-second delay in when the infotainment system powers on.
Is there any way, Ms. Gilman, to focus in on one of those 2 photos? Can you tell us what this information is?
Sure. So this is those camera angles. And what you see is I'm pressing the ignition on at this time. In that second photo on the right,
It is. It's a choice.
you'll see
shave it.
that this is specifically approximately 3 seconds after I press that ignition on, and you see the Lexus logo appearing on the infotainment module.
Let me ask you something about the clocks while we're here. You see a local time on there?
Yes, I do.
Is that local time measured by a particular clock system?
Sure. So that's measured by our reference equipment. So we're using what's called VBox equipment to capture these videos. So here, that local time is actually UTC time. So it's not actually local time for this area. So that could be a little, that could be an error in how that's reporting. But essentially what we're seeing is the infotainment system is powering on at that exact time of 21:48:08.
And this was for power on. Can we have number 31, please?
I think he's trying to show the
How's this
clock
different
drift
than the one we just looked at?
with an
Sure.
exemplar.
So this
but I'm
is
confused
power
too.
off. So this is myself pressing the ignition to power off the vehicle. And what we see at this exact time when you power off and press the ignition button, the screen on the infotainment system becomes blank, and associated with that, it powers off, and you see a log within the raw data that indicates that.
You mentioned that you found power on, power off information. Can you explain what that means?
Sure. So through this testing, what we were able to do is see that there are time-stamped power on and off events for when the infotainment system is recording a power on and power off. And then we validated that with the exemplar testing.
Ultimately, were you able to use that power on, power off timestamp information to identify the times of the later 2 events, the tech stream events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver?
Yes, in combination with other data, we were able to determine that.
Right. In
Did
combination
you test
with other
the
data.
power on, power off data?
Yes, we did.
Could we have number 32, please?
Again, why didn't they use Karen Reed's
Can you
phone
tell us
data?
what this is?
Why?
So this is the first power on event after 12 o'clock on January 29th. That power event is happening at 12:36 up here in the top. and the vehicle is powered on and it's not powered off until 12:42:08.
Is there any power on, power off events in between those two times?
No, there's not.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
How is he determining that the car powered on at 12:12? I'm still not, that's the disconnect for me here. Hold on. Based on what? You just told us that your whatever data you reviewed from whatever vehicle it came from, the Exemplar or her vehicle, doesn't have a timestamp associated with it. And now you're going to say she turned her car on at 12:12. Based on what, sir? Am I missing something?
Can you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is the first power on event after 12 o'clock on January 29th. That power event is happening at 12:36 up here in the top. And the vehicle is powered on and it's not powered off until 12:42:08.
And again, but here he is saying that it's the 29th, but then later on, I know during cross, he says it was really on the 30th. So what the hell's going on here?
Is there any power on, power off events in between those two times?
No, there's not.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that whether or not the first power on event for that night, January 29, 2022, was 12:36 a.m.?
Yes.
Your Honor.
I'll sustain it at this point.
Do you have an opinion as to the first power on event of that Lexus on January 29, 2022?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained at this time.
When you studied the information from the data, does this slide reflect the information that you studied?
Yes, it does.
Were you able to determine from your data study the time that was registered of when that Lexus was turned on for the first time on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was.
How were you able to do that?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing and determining that those timestamps are accurate to when the vehicle was powered on, we are able to say that this power on event is the first power on event of January 29th after 12 a.m.
And based on your study of the exemplar and the data from the SD card, did you arrive at an opinion as to the time of the first power on event of that Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
And what is your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll see you at sidebar.
Please do. Yes, the dates on the bottom of that exhibit are January 29th to 30th. He's like, how can it be any opinion with any certainty? Or somebody else put in the chat and it flew by, so I didn't stop it. Was that they can tell from the SD chip the date of the event and time of the event? Is that true? For the on and off cycles? Just tell me if that's true. Because I mean, I could believe it that it was turned on at 12:12, then turned off around 12:40. We know she was home at 12:36. She could have sat in the car and was talking on the phone, leaving voicemails before she went into the house for a couple of minutes. People do that. Stay warm. You can also turn your car on with a remote start. Did this car have a remote start? I need to know these things.
Mr. Burgess, could you explain for us how you can identify the power on event from the data that you discovered on that SD card that was left behind?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing, we can identify a power on event, which is depicting the time the logo on the infotainment system comes on, and then the time the infotainment system goes blank. So that is representing a power off event. And then we can reference that back to the ignition on, which occurs approximately 3 seconds before the power on, the infotainment power on event.
I got to be honest. Sometimes I
I
power my car on from the house if it's really cold in the morning and I have to go driving somewhere. I could leave my car running for 10 minutes. I mean, eventually it's going to shut itself off if I don't get in the car. But if it's cold and you start your car while you're like, you could start it literally from inside the waterfall if you have a good enough range on your key or your app or whatever your car uses, and it could be running for 5-10 minutes before you even get in it. Right? I do that.
Your standard
Infotainment power on, which occurs approximately 3 seconds before the power on, the infotainment power on event.
Is this a methodology that is used in your standard of practice?
Yes, it is.
And have you used this type of methodology before?
Yes, I have.
Is it a methodology that is regularly accepted in this
Ye-
type of analysis?
Yes, so this is a methodology that is regularly accepted in the digital forensics community. And it is
Unlike
a process
you,
of
after this.
testing and then validating.
You're not going to be
How
accepted in
does
the
that
community.
process further validate the accuracy of the times that you are registering and finding?
Sure. So through that testing, we're able to validate that accuracy. And through that testing, we've got 4 tests that represent a power on event and 2 tests that represent a power off event. In addition to that, we are comparing that data to surveillance video with timestamps as well
Their
to
clocks were
show the
off too.
consistency.
Wasn't
When
the
you
waterfall?
engage-
I think maybe the waterfall clock was right, but CF McCarthy's clock was off by like 12 minutes or something. Like everybody's clock is off apparently. Doesn't your Lexus get its like clock time from like some, I don't know, signal from outer space or something? Like, what are we talking about? Time drifts. Come on, man. Doesn't Apple have a? I'm guessing my phone is pretty accurate. I don't know with regard to time. What clock are you using? The atomic clock, the monotonic clock? Who knows?
In your testing, you said there was 4 test runs or examples. Did you analyze it to see how, in fact, accurate it was?
Yes, I did.
And how accurate was it?
It was accurate to the second compared to our reference clock.
And when you actually take the data from that SD card, how do you interpret it? How do you get it from a piece of plastic with metal on it to actual numbers and data?
Sure. So the process of that, again, is we're making connection to those technological pads on the SD card, and we're pulling that raw data. Once
Pooling
we
it or
have that
pulling
raw
it?
data, there's a few processes we have to go through to make that raw data interpretable. So those processes are what's called XOR scrambling. So when data is stored on an SD card, there are 2 components to the SD card. There is what's called the NAND component, and then there's a controller component. The controller component is where that, if you remember that command 42 lock is located in that controller component. So what we're doing is we're bypassing that controller, we're accessing that NAND, and then we're using forensic software to determine and interpret the XOR scrambling that is put in place on that NAND so that we can take that scrambled data and be able to read it and interpret it, as well as what's called error correction code. So NAND devices are not, they're not great at keeping voltages accurate like they should. And that's just based on how the architecture and how the NAND components are manufactured. So what the manufacturers have done is they've put in place error correction code to correct any bit errors within that data. So what we've done is we've identified the error correction code and the XOR scrambling using software known as Resolute. That software, again, is hardware and software that we use to access that data and process it and interpret it. From there, we can take that data and we can review it in that hexadecimal format.
This reminded me that we
Based on that methodology and that process and that
have
study, were you
word,
able to
this reminded me that we have a word salad emoji,
extract the data from the
and it's perfect for him. And there's also a shovel for when a witness digs themselves into a hole, or when they try and dig another witness, or an attorney tries to dig the witness.
And process it and interpret it. From there, we can take that data and we can review it in that hexadecimal format.
And based on that methodology and that process and that study, were you able to extract the data from the SD card and identify the first power on event of the defendant's Lexus on January 29th, 2022 to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I was.
And do you have an opinion about what time that Lexus, the defendant's Lexus, was powered on December 29th, 2022 for the first time?
Yes, that would be approximately 12/12/36.
Is that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
On your chalk on the screen, is the power out event, is that the same as your interpretation?
Yes, it is.
The 12/12/36 a.m. time, What time clock is that based on?
Sure. So that's based on the internal clock in the Lexus.
My internal clock is ticking.
The clock in the Lexus,
biological
is that a
clock.
universal
Wait.
time or do clocks
Wasn't
on
that
different-
Mona Lisa Vito who said that in My Cousin Vinny? My biological clock is ticking. Thank you for reminding us of the biological clock, because this is laughable like My Cousin Vinny. It really is. It is like My Cousin Vinny laughable. I shot the clerk. I shot the clerk. I hit him. I hit him. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I shot the clerk.
Clock in the Lexus.
12:36 a.m. time. What time clock is that based on?
Sure. So that's based on the internal clock in the Lexus.
The clock in the Lexus, is that a universal time or do clocks on different devices run differently?
Sure. So it's not a universal time. Clocks on different devices run differently.
Big whoop.
So if you've ever noticed that your microwave clock is not running in sync with your iPhone,
Yeah.
the same thing is occurring here.
No, that is because I set my microwave clock. And the reason I know that is because every time the power goes out, I got to reset my microwave clock. And also, my microwave clock does not automatically adjust for daylight savings time. It is one of the few clocks in my house that I need to manually actually set for daylight savings time, which is also a pretty stupid thing. I don't know if they're finally going to do away with it or not, but I digress as usual. So no, your microwave clock is not a good example, sir. Same thing with the clock on my stove. The clock on my stove. It's a very nice stove. It's a Wolf stove. It does not automatically adjust for daylight savings. I have to do that myself. Just like oftentimes older cars, you used to have to do that too. So a microwave is a really, really, really bad example, right? Because the microwave is not connected to the internet.
Even though with your, so it's not a universal time. Clocks on different devices run differently. So if you've ever noticed that your microwave clock is not running in sync with your iPhone, the same thing is occurring here. Even though the Lexus clock is communicating back and forth with the GPS satellites and other things, the clock is still not synchronized perfectly.
Satellite,
So
Dave
you would not
Matthews,
expect
for the list.
this clock to match up perfect with other devices.
I already have it on there.
When you're considering two very different or separate devices, if the time is different, what would that be called?
Sure. So that would be called what's called a clock variance.
I want to get into that later, but I want to finish what we have in front of us now.
Sure.
We want to confuse the jury
In
a whole
addition
lot
to
more.
identifying the first power on event of January 29, 2022 of the defendant's Lexus at 12:36, were you able to identify the first power off event of that same Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was. And that was at 12:42:08 approximately.
Did you use the same methodology and vetting that you did and testing that you did with the power on event?
Yes, I did.
And do you have an opinion if that time is accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
So that opinion is that time is reliable to the second as far as the Lexus clock is concerned.
What is the graph on the bottom showing us?
Sure. So the graph is just a graphical representation of the same data, representing the power on event on a timeline at 12:36 and the power off event at approximately 12:42:08.
When you're looking at times, power on and power off
Right,
events
right.
to date and
Andy, pointing out the obvious, the painfully obvious. How can you have a reasonable degree? How can you have a reasonable degree of scientific certainty when you don't have a degree in science or math? How? How? His methodology is the BS here. There is no BS as an actual Bachelor of Science. There's a whole lot of BS in the methodology. And it strains credulity, but here we are. I mean, what the duck? Look at Beth Burrell coming in here with a $100 super chat. Thank you so much. She says, thanks for the company today. I'm 2 weeks into caretaking my mama with shingles. Oh my God. I hear that's like the most painful thing ever. Get your shingles shots, people, because I hear it's the most painful thing ever. Brennan puts off a bad vibe. Do you think the jury feels it? He's cringy. I mean, from the people that are the court watchers that have been in the courtroom reporting on the witnesses' reaction, I mean, the jury's reactions, they have said that the jury is laughing at the Commonwealth witnesses' testimony. And when the jurors were reprimanded by the judge the other day, and she had to talk to them each one by one individually, like going into the principal's office and sitting outside in a line with your whole entire class. Every single kid in the class had to come to see the principal. Maybe that's what it was, that they were told to like stop laughing and stop making it obvious. And my advice, the jurors are not supposed to be watching me, so I hope they're not. They shouldn't be. If you are a juror and you're watching me, turn it off right now. I have subtitles on my face. You can always tell what I'm thinking. I can't hide it unless, you know, I'm acting, which is sometimes, but not all the time. Karen Reed has subtitles on her face too. That's why so many people hate her for having facial expressions. The jury can't be like that. They can't have subtitles on their face. Otherwise, they're going to get kicked. They're going to get kicked off the jury. They're going to get kicked off. We saw it happen the first time when those bingo balls were put into the bingo drum. And Clerk Jim did not show anybody the bingo balls. And when he pulled them out and picked out two very facially expressive pro Karen Reed jurors as the alternates, we knew right then. And then he shoved those balls back on the desk, and then he threw them back in the drum without showing anybody. That's what happens. Wrecking ball is on there. Excellent choice. It's already on there. Don't do it, jurors. Don't do it. But so I can tell you from what people have been saying that have been watching the jurors is that they think they find a lot of this comical. And I don't know in which way. So take it for what it is. But thank you so much. We're happy to keep you company anytime you need it. Anytime. Two Left Feet says, how do we know the Lexus clock didn't drift in 3 years? Great point. Great point. Moving on.
Time it. Looking at
Go back.
times.
4208.
When you're looking at times, power on and power off events to date and time it,
Time.
are you obtaining that information
Let's speak.
independent of other outside information?
Yes, I am.
Is the data simply the data, or does something affect it?
Sure. So no, the data is simply the data. So when we get the data, we can compare it to outside sources or external sources to verify that it's consistent with other sources. But the data does not depend on any outside sources.
Do you oftentimes use outside sources to vet or test the data, even though it's totally separate concept?
Yes, I do.
After this power on, power off event, when you studied the data from the SD card using the same methodology and technique, did you find any other subsequent power on and power off events for the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022 after this event?
Yes, I did.
Can we have slide 33, please?
I got you.
Mr. Burgess, can
This
you
one
tell
too.
us what the next event is that you found in the data?
You only gave him
Sure.
two.
So the next power on event occurs at
Didn't he testify that they only gave him two events to look at, and these are the only two? When you say next event, you mean the only other event that you gave him? Yes, the only other event that you gave him. You gave him two, right? Am I missing something here? I'm trying to pay attention, but he's like, I want to stick a fork in my eye. It's painful.
50746. That's this top
Yeah.
timestamp here. The infotainment system records a power off event after that at 54620. And what we have here is we've got a surveillance video that was provided that depicts the approximate time range that those two events happen. So these these videos do not capture the actual power on or power off event, but they occur around the same time frame and they are consistent with one another.
Around the same time
The
frame. No big
power
whoop.
on
It's just
event-
decent life in prison, dude. Like, you think you could be a little more accurate than around the same time? Yeah, around the same time. Here's what the slide says if you're driving or, cooking, cleaning, rage crocheting. It says at the top of their slide, read, leaving/returning to O'Keefe residence, 507:46 to 5:46:20 a.m. So that would have been when she backs into John's car in the driveway and then goes to Jen McCabe's house, pulls in the driveway. Then Jen McCabe drives her car back, backs it out of the driveway, and drives it back to One Meadows. When they run into the house, nobody looks at the taillight, like she testified to a couple of other times Jen McCabe, nobody looks at the taillight upon arrival back at One Meadows because there's video. They run in the house. Karen Reed doesn't take her shoes off. She doesn't take her shoes off. And that's what Lally said in trial number 1 should show you beyond a reasonable doubt that Karen Reed is guilty, because when they went back that morning, she did not take off her shoes. And everyone knew John O'Keefe wanted you to take off your shoes when you came in his house. And so therefore she's guilty because she knew she killed him and she knew he wasn't coming home. So she didn't have to take off her shoes. Absolutely what he said in his closing argument. It was laughable. We laughed about it. Turn off the captions for a minute. And it says power on event 5:07:46 a.m. And then it's got a whole bunch of numbers with an MP.MP4. Start timestamp of video 5:07:58 a.m. Power off event 5:46:28 a.m. 5:46:20 a.m. Whole bunch of other numbers. .MP4. Start timestamp of video 5:46:29 a.m. Neither video captures moment when vehicle powers on or off. Well, isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient? And then he tries to waffle it into his chart there. He tries to shoehorn that right in. His chart says January 29th and January 30th. He shoehorned it right in. He reverse engineered this only other event that they gave him. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, where's that Lexus now? I bet the department donated it to Mr. Proctor so he could do Uber with it because, birds of a feather. Excellent. You've put up a lot of great comments today and they're making me laugh. So I just keep putting them up. But I want to thank you for each and every super chat today. You're the greatest. Will Chloe Albert ever get revenge though, truly? Will there ever be revenge for Chloe Albert? I don't know.
Time that you've listed as 5:07:46. Where does that time come from?
So that time is coming from the internal Lexus clock.
And based on the data from the Lexus clock, do you have an opinion as to the accuracy of that time of 5:07:46 a.m. as it relates to the Lexus clock?
Wouldn't that be a trigger?
Yes, I do.
And what's your opinion?
So compared to the Lexus clock, that time is accurate to the second.
The videos you have, are those timed from the same Lexus clock or a different source?
No, so those timestamps of the videos are coming from external sources.
Right.
In the example of these videos, I believe that is a Ring camera.
Why would you try to vet the time stamp that you've identified to the second from the Lexus clock with another item, including a video that uses a different clock?
Sure. So that further validates that those timestamps are accurate and they're consistent with timestamps we're seeing from other devices.
No, it's BS. All we know from the data that you looked at, because apparently, I don't know if he even looked at the black box. I don't know what the hell he did. I still don't know what the hell he did. Somebody give him a PDF of the data. All we know is that at some point in history, the car was powered on and was on for almost 30 minutes. That's all we know. That's all we know. Car was turned on and then the car was turned off almost 30 minutes later, approximately 30 minutes later at some point in history. Doesn't mean diddly squat. Doesn't mean dick, okay? It doesn't. What does this mean? It means nothing. It means nothing. Just because you can, I bet you could find 100 other video camera events or phone data events. You're not even looking at Karen's phone. Why are you not looking at Karen's phone? Oh, you know why? I'll tell you why. I think. Because all of Karen's location data was wiped off of her phone while it was in MSP custody. Yeah, it's true. It happened, right, chat? Back me up on this. When did Karen Reed's GPS data disappear from her phone while it was in as MSP custody? Somewhere around April of 2022, before her charges were upgraded to murder. You guys remember that? Yeah. So that's why they couldn't use Karen Reed's data, because wouldn't it make more sense to use her data, since if she was driving that car, her phone probably would have been with her the whole time in her purse. And this makes no sense. The car was turned on at one point for almost 30 minutes and turned off. That's it. Yeah, it disappeared in April of 2022, says Damasuz. Yep. This could have been anywhere, anytime, anywhere, any place. And that is why Chaka is our mascot, because we are in the land of the lost, the upside down, the inside out matrix that is Norfolk County, Massachusetts, where Canton police are incompetent or corrupt, and MSP are the same, or they're just related, or they're just second family to the people that they're investigating. It's crazy, isn't it? Because sometimes We put Michael Proctor up in the corner because he's watching over this too. There he is, disgraced former trooper Michael Proctor. I hope the jury's smart enough to pick up what they're laying down, because really what they're laying down is a whole bunch of BS.
Can there be a variance with other devices?
There can be a variance.
If there's a variance, could that still corroborate or support the original timestamp from the Lexus clock?
Yes. So even with a variance, those timestamps can still be consistent with one another.
Stilettos
And on
in
the
civil.
two photographs,
We'll
are
get back
those
to this.
videos or photographs?
Those are videos.
What is the purpose of including a video?
Sure. So the purpose of including the video is just to depict that the video does not actually capture the power on or power off event. But again, it is around the same time frame that the power on and power off event occurred.
Around the same time.
Ms.
Murder,
Gilman, are you
life in
able
prison.
to play the video to the left?
Around the same time. Means nothing. It means nothing, Kawabawait. Wait, did he say Kawabawait again? Did I miss the Kawabawait? Hold on, I got to hear it. It's my favorite part of this trial, the Kawabawait and the height. Hibatoba. Cardial, well, he didn't say cardial infarct. He said infact or something like that.
Capture the power on or power off event.
Where's the
But
Kawabawait?
A video. Videos or photographs?
those are videos.
What is the purpose of including a video?
Sure. So the purpose of including the video is just to depict that the video does not actually capture the power on or power off event. But again, it is around the same time frame that the power on and power off event occurred.
Ms. Gilman, are you able to play the video to the left?
Oh, did I not go back far enough? I'm going to trust you that he said Kawabawait. Henrik's doing the Lord's work. We're up to shore number 89. How edited is this video, and why infraction? That's what he said, a cardiac infraction. Yes, thank you, Mama She. Oh, here's where she hits John's car. Was that a triggering event? Did that collision trigger a triggering event? I mean, what now? Lexi two-time is here from the lawyer you
Thank you.
know.
What about that
thank you.
video
Yay.
vets or corroborates the 5:07:46 Lexus time on the power on event?
Objection, Your Honor.
A little bit more before you get to that, Mr. Brown.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you use the video that we
Oh,
just
sorry,
saw
just turn
in an attempt to vet or corroborate the
Kawabawait.
timestamp?
He said it. He said Kawabawait. He's done with FUD. Thank you, Lexi, two-time for joining us. One of my thumbnail titles was Jenny 3 times, because Jenny from the block McCabe it says everything 3 times, and she thinks if she says it 3 times, it's like a magic spell. People are going to believe it. I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. Jenny 3 times. You're Lexi 2-time, but it's time like the herb, which I love. Listen, let's listen to it again. Kawabawait.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you use the video that we just saw in an attempt to vet or corroborate the timestamp for the power on event on the Lexus?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
Sure. So looking at the start timestamp on the video, we can see that the video starts at approximately 5:07:58. Keeping in mind this timestamp is coming from the camera or the Ring video, the Ring camera itself. And when we look at the power on event, we see that it occurs at 5:07:46. So although we don't see the actual time of the power on event, that is consistent with what we would expect.
Oh, you
What is
expect
the
a lot of things
video
like
on the right?
being
help
able to
us with?
prove this case.
So video on the right helps us do the same thing. So when we look at the power off event, that occurs at 5:46:20. Again, when we look at the Ring video on the right, that start timestamp of that video is 5:46:29. So again, we missed the power off portion of when that occurs,
Coincidentally,
but that is consistent again with what we would expect.
with what you
Could
would
we play
expect.
the video on the right?
We
if
would
you could
expect that a
enlarge
woman
and
would
help
not be
us?
on trial for murder without any evidence. We'd expect that too. But, here we are.
Not.
Drift away. Good one, Martha. As is, time in a bottle. Thank you, Flava Flav's accurate clock. I'll put it on there if it's not. Oh, here's where they come out and she doesn't take off her shoes. And Carrie runs after, and they do take off their shoes inside, but Karen does not, and therefore guilty. That's it. We don't need any more. She's
You can
guilty.
stop the
She can
video,
take her shoes
please.
off.
Mr. Burgess, you see the lights are on that vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you tell if the vehicle is on or off at that point?
Sure. So I cannot tell if the vehicle is on or off at that point. Typically, when you power off a Lexus or a modern vehicle, the lights will stay on for some portion of time afterwards.
Modern vehicle.
But again, that is consistent with the timestamp from the power off event.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the power on and power off events as they pertain to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
And that is that those timestamps are accurate to the second.
Yeah.
Did you further follow the data to see if there was any other power on, power off events relative to the Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could you take us to Exhibit 34, please?
Yeah, Satellite is also a Harry Styles song. Good one, Janice. Love Harry Styles.
What is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next time that the vehicle is powered on and subsequently powered off.
Could be any day. Any
That
day.
power on event occurs at 12:35:01. The power off event occurs at 2:12:01. And then this video is a video from alarm.com surveillance that depicts the vehicle pulling into a driveway and shutting off. So when we look at the video and we watch the video, you can actually see at 2:12:01 in the video timestamp that the windshield wipers stop moving and the vehicle's suspension.
Here's where they're losing me. Here's where they're losing me. Bill Reed was driving that car from One Meadows to Dighton, right? He said that in an interview outside the courtroom the other day, outside the courthouse. He said, I never would have driven that car if it had a shattered taillight. Never would have driven it back to Dighton. In what world would it take an hour and 45 minutes to go from One Meadows to their house in Dighton? Please, I know you guys are local. Tell me. This is where they lose me. Did they stop for lunch and leave the car running the whole entire time? Because this on-off event is, right, something like around an hour and 45 minutes. We know that even on a tow truck, it took, in a blizzard, a much heavier blizzard, it took 45 minutes to get back from Dighton to the Canton PD Sallyport, right? Patriotic is like, they lost me at fake college graduate. So I call BS on this whole entire thing. Shannon, no BS, Burgess. I call BS. It doesn't take an hour and 45 minutes to get to Dighton, even if there's a little bit of snow. It doesn't. And if they stopped for lunch, they wouldn't have left the car running. So I think your whole theory is junk science. I think it's off. I think it's a problem. Okay, there we go. Moving on. Just my thoughts.
Begins to lower, indicating that the ignition button has been pressed.
Let's start with the power on event. Was there any video available to show the power on event at 12:35:01?
There is no video available that I'm aware of.
Well, they have all that ring camera footage. Wait a minute. Stop. They have all the ring camera footage from the 29th during the day because they showed a lot of footage of, people wandering around in the driveway at One Meadows after they came back, after John was deceased, right? And they show like the Reeds arriving and they're all, walking around. They show Paul out there at some point, right? Walking around. Like there's probably video. They just didn't give it to you because they don't want to screw up your corroboration. The big courtroom says, wait. Why do we care about 12:35:01? Because this is another way that they're trying to prove to us that this is accurate data and that he's corroborating it based on this other event, which never in a million years would have taken an hour and 45 minutes. So I call BS. Did Alessi point that out anywhere in his cross? Because I watched only day 2 of his cross. We're going to watch day 1 right after we're done with this BS.
On the last slide, you had the power off event at 5:46:20 a.m.
Correct.
Was there any other power on, power off events between 5:46:20 a.m. in this event here?
No, there was not.
Did you try to obtain any collateral or cooperative video or evidence
Cooperative?
relative to the
Say it again,
power on event for
cooperative.
123501?
I did request or make a request to see if there was any video available, and as far as I'm aware, there was not.
Good point, Bonnie. Bonnie's
Regarding the
infota-
power on event,
Bonnie's infotainment system will stay on for 10 minutes after I turn the car off and only go off if I open the door. Mine stays on, but I don't think it's for 10 minutes. But that's a good point.
do you have an opinion to? Regarding the power on event, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the power on event as it relates to the Lexus clock on the system?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
That is that power on event is accurate to the second in reference to the Lexus clock.
12:35:01 p.m.?
Correct.
And do you have an opinion as to the power off event to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy from the data you recovered from the SD card?
Yes, I do. And that power off event, again, occurred at approximately 2:12:01, according to the Lexus clock.
I don't know if you can enlarge the video, Ms. Gilman, but if you can, and if not, could you play anyways?
Show the BS a little bit bigger, Ms. Gilman. Do it, do it, do it. That's a wad of snow. How easy it would have been for somebody to take a picture of that taillight in the driveway. As Bettero would say, it's parked ass out. They're not trying to hide it. They didn't pull it in the garage. They didn't take it to a body shop. No, nothing. Not trying to hide the alleged murder weapon, are they? No, no. It's right there, ass out in the driveway. He's trying to somehow validate his data with the little video that they gave him. Yes. Yes, Kim, thank you.
Thank you. And could you explain for us the graph on the bottom of that exhibit? Or,
Sure.
Pardon me, of that diagram?
Sure. So that graph, again, is just a timeline graphical representation of when that power off event occurred and when the power on event occurred and when the power off event occurred at 2:12:35:01 and 2:12:01.
Based on the data you analyzed from the SD card, was there any further power on and power off events on January 29, 2022 after this 12:35:01 to
Misleading.
12:01 event?
Yes, there was.
It's misleading because the power on, power off events on the SD card are not connected to dates and times. Right? No. Look, Samantha is a data analyst. She normally follows data experts just fine. She has no clue what he's talking about. He makes no sense. Thank you for validating me. I appreciate you.
Could you display for us page 35, Ms. Gilman? And what is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next power on event that is recorded within the system. And that power on event occurs approximately 4:11:46. And the power off event occurs at 4:12:56. The video we see is that same alarm.com surveillance video. The start timestamp of that video is 4:12:03. So again, we don't see the actual power on and off event within the video, but it is consistent with what we would expect as the power on event occurring at 4:11:46.
Sure.
And then the video starting and we see the car backing up at 4:12:03.
Sure.
Would the alarm.com be using a different clock than that of the Lexus?
It would be, yes.
And based on your methodology in vetting and testing in view of the data on the SD card, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the time of this power on event?
Yes. So
And
that power on event would be 4:11:46.
Okay. All right. I'm just
And
going
do
to
you
point
have
out that his little chart here at the bottom says, I'm going to take this comment down. Chloe Albert's revenge, your motion is granted. It says motion to rename him Hanky Panky Elmer Fudd Buenin. I'm going to take the captions down. I want you to come to your screen, not if you're driving an 18-wheeler. My 18-wheel friend of outrage, don't you be coming to the screen right now. but I'm going to take myself off. So you should be able to hear me. If you can't hear me, tell me. On the left side of your screen at the bottom, there's the little graph that he made. It says January 29th. It says 6 p.m. and then it says midnight. And then it says midday, and then it says 6 p.m. all along the bottom of the graph. And it says January 30th on the right hand of your screen. And now while he's under direct examination, he is testifying that this all happened on January 29th. But according to his little chart or graph or whatever you want to call it, it's January 29th before midnight. And then at midnight, it crosses over into January 30th. So, no big whoop. He's a little sloppy. It's the wrong day. Unless he's smart enough to figure it out. Brennan is not. And can you imagine when the defense team was going over this PowerPoint presentation? Because remember, they had to go over it and ask the prosecution to, cull it down a bit because it was something like 140 slides. If that was his, that was 140 slides long, right? Could you imagine the laughter going on in the conference room as they were going through this PowerPoint? They're not going to correct it. They don't need to turn this over as impeachment evidence for cross because, hey, you gave it to us. Maybe one of the surprises in cross that is going to actually happen here, because in this trial, everyone's got to turn over their impeachment material. I'm on the Ethernet, so I don't know why the internet looks like it's. Am I freezing or anything? Is it StreamYard? Is it YouTube? All right, we're back. I don't know. So how could he have any opinion with any degree of scientific certainty when he doesn't hold a degree in any of those things? And his entire timeline chart is just flat out wrong. Thank you. Thank you very much. Alessi is God. Diane says, the break has done you good. I haven't stopped laughing with you. I hope all's well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, my love. Thank you. And where is the text stream data with matching video? Says Serenity RPH. Has been here for 11 months. Nope. It doesn't date stamp or timestamp anything. They're just guessing. It's just guesswork. Kelly Applegate, Get a Haircut by George Thorogood for the playlist. Well done. Well done. Yes. Tons of fun. 911 says, wasn't that juror that was just moved in seat 1? I think I heard something about that. I'm not quite sure. I think in the last trial, seat 1 was the foreman. Yes, it was. The foreman was picked before the alternates by the judge. Here in New York, where I practice, dare I say, in the real world, the juror who is sat in seat number 1 by whatever coincidence is always the foreperson in New York. In this courtroom, the judge picks the foreperson. It was coincidentally the foreperson was in seat 1 during trial 1. And that was the person who allegedly did not send the notes back out to the judge that the other jurors wanted him to send out to the judge. Like, hey, we reached an agreement. We acquitted her on count 1 and 3, not on count 2. Can we tell you? No, that guy didn't want to send those notes out. And so, yes, does it mean anything? I don't know at this point. I don't know. Tequila is now my social lubricant. Apologies if you covered this already. For negative or positive, I wouldn't know because I took a cat nap. Did you cover, Bev, swapping 2 jurors for possible communications? No, I don't really know enough about it to really opine on it. I mean, I've heard the rumors, but yeah, I heard maybe 2 jurors were flirting and she had to separate them like in class. That's why they got the Q&A. I don't know anybody who's been able to verify that with 100% certainty, because I do know that I believe that the attorneys and Karen aren't allowed to talk about it. So I don't know, like, if that's a rumor out on Twitter that 2 jurors may have been flirting. I don't really know. They got separated. I have no idea. Maybe it was their facial expressions. So yeah, I don't know. But thank you so much for your time. And I really hope you get better from that surgery. It's not an easy recovery. I know that. So moving on.
Opinion as to the time of the power off event related to this
Isolated.
diagram.
Yes, that would be 4/12/56.
Is that opinion as well to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
Is that a photograph or a video?
That is also a video.
Ms. Gilman, could you help us?
Johnny Reb, yeah, if you're new to the case, her location data was wiped while in MSP custody in April of 2022. Nobody's admitting to it, but that's what happened. Yep. Says he watched the whole first trial, and didn't know. It came out somewhere, somehow, maybe in one of the pretrial motions, or I don't know. I feel like we've been here forever, and we really have. But if anybody can point out to Johnny Reb where he can find that, let him know. Look at C-Will's got game. C-Will 76 says, I dated a fellow juror for 4 months. It happens. You got game. You got a better game than Higgy. That's for damn sure. Okay, wait a second. Hold on. Because isn't this, you guys, considered a three-point turn? I don't know. You know, it's been a long time since I took driver's ed, but let's take a look at this video of the Dighton. Okay, look at the tires spinning. And look, also notice that they watch the timestamp on here carefully. It seems to go faster than it should, because if it was at actual time and time wasn't drifting, you would see those cars spinning in the driveway a lot longer, trying to get out of whatever 2 feet of snow that is. And perhaps that is the acceleration event in reverse. So put a pin in that, okay? So watch this. It's been a long time since driver's ed for me, but also watch the clock at the top. And you tell me if that clock is drifting. Okay, 07, 08. The second between 07, 08, 09, and 10 are going different speeds to me. Here, it goes in reverse, and then up. It's got to go forward a little bit, up, and then it's got to reverse again. Yes, it's got to reverse again, and then it is going onto the tow truck. Now, it started off at, I don't know, 09, and now we're at 31, 32, 33. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. That can't be. Wait a minute. Stop. Like, it can't be that bad. Wait a second. Watch and learn. Okay? I think I just cracked the case again. Again, thank you. Thank you for my service, everyone. Watch this. This is starting off the top of the clock. Let me know that you can narrate, that you can hear me narrating. Look, it's 07, 16/12/07. I'm going off screen to full screen. There's you for a second. 07. Somebody's going to need to do the math for me. 07. Watch that second hand. And tell me, I'm going to set the stopwatch, because I know how to do that. I'm going to see how long we are watching this video. So ready, set, go. Oops. 07, now it's at 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Now it's backing up. 16, 17. Now it's pulling onto the tow truck at 19, 20. Now it's backing up again. And now it's at 23, 24. It's pulling onto the tow truck. And it's at 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. And wow, it's going real slow. And according to my stopwatch, oh, and now it's at 40, 41, 44, 45. Is this BS? Can you see the red tail light? 49. It's a 49. My stopwatch says about 41. So where are all those
similarly,
seconds?
does the graph give a general idea of the time?
Yes. So similarly, the graph is a timeline representation.
Sorry,
of
a
the
general idea of the time. That clock was doing some BS, wasn't it? Yeah, I see the tail light looks intact. I agree with you on that, and that's 100% for me. I'm there. I'm there with you on that. What I'm just discovering for the first time is the amount of seconds shown to have gone by on that video are not nearly the number of seconds that we just watched it. There you go. How many times did they back up? Yep. There's no metadata. Yep. Yep. Go back and watch it again if you don't believe me, but it was skipping. I'm going to get the hell through this direct. Wow.
Mr. Burgess, was there an additional power on, power off event?
Yes.
After the power off event at 4:12:56 p.m. at the Dighton residence?
Yes, there was.
Right. This would be 1162. You're right, Josh. You're right. This would be 1162. Key cycle 1162. 1163 would be when they get back to Canton PD Sallyport and they have to turn the car back on and reverse it off the tow truck and get it into the Sallyport. That would be 1163. And then 1164 would be, as Trooper Paul testified to under oath, under the penalties of perjury. 1164 was him testing that car out in the Canton PD driveway. Make it make sense to me. Make it make sense. Can't. Right, Josh, you were right.
What's number 36, please?
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, can you
Thank
take
you.
us through this one?
Sure. So this is
Yep, they removed the wheel
the next
spin.
power off or
course they
power
did.
on event that occurs. And that power on event occurs at 5:34:51 p.m. The power off event occurs at 5:36:42. Again, the video that is associated with this does not show the power on or the power off event, but it shows the time just before the vehicle
Right.
is arriving to this location on a tow truck. And that would be consistent with the vehicle then being powered off.
So it would be consistent with. So we're just going to shoehorn it in because we've got a 12-minute ignition on, ignition off period. So we're just going to shoehorn it in and assume that's when because we've got video corroborating a different story. Dude, tell your story walking because I'm not buying it.
backed off of the tow truck at that time.
And based on your analysis of the data, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what time this power on event took place?
Yes, and that time would be 5:34:51.
And that's according to the internal Lexus clock?
Yes, it is.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty when this vehicle was then powered off?
Yes, and that would be 5:36:42.
Again, pursuant to the
Just in
Lexus clock.
time.
Correct.
Just in time to take some pieces of those taillight and run them on over to 34 Fairview. Just in time, because they didn't find the first piece until when? Oh, that's right. Nobody really knows because, they're like a couple of unidentified dudes were wandering around the scene. There's no log of people on scene by the CERT team before they started finding those taillight pieces. So nobody really knows. Does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care? That song is definitely on the playlist because I remember singing it during the last trial. They are manipulating data to fit their theory once again, says Emma. You're right, girl.
After this event at 5:34:51 p.m. to 5:36:42 p.m., when you studied the data, were there any other power on or power off events for this Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Not that I studied after this event.
They didn't give it to you for a reason, sir. Ever ask yourself what that reason was? And you've been
Could you take that
snowed.
down, please?
You've been snowed, you've been played, and you've been thrown to the wolves of Norfolk County, and your career too will be ruined after this. So many careers ruined as a result of this persecution. Not just Karens, but, witnesses.
Now, we touched on an issue earlier. I want you to give your opinions and explain to the jury. You mentioned the word variance between different items. I don't think you used the word items. You said something else.
Sure. So that's going to be the clock variance between different devices. So in this instance, what we're referring to is the difference in the clocks of the Lexus module and an iPhone. So we would not expect those clocks to be perfectly synced. Typically what we see and is what is generally accepted is a clock variance of up to 60 seconds. And that is because when you think about when you're looking at your radio and you're looking at the clock, it's representing to you the hours and the minutes. It's not representing the seconds. So again, it's accurate. Its function is to be accurate to the minute, but its function is not to be accurate to the second.
Is a variance between different devices an accepted concept in your community?
Yes, it is an accepted concept in my community.
In his community. I don't know what community that is because you're whatever community it was, you're not a part of it anymore. But here's the thing. Prisoners, are you watching? Do they allow YouTube in prisons? Prisoners, are you watching? Because if any of you out there are sitting out there convicted on Celebrite data and convicted on this clock drifting data, you might have grounds for an appeal. I'm just saying, especially if you're in Massachusetts. Because Massachusetts, they don't care about things like metadata. They don't care. Clock drift. Seconds don't count. Might not have been you. at exactly that time on that surveillance video going in there to commit that murder. Could have been. The clock was off by, I don't know, a day or two. If he was your expert, because Aperture apparently does a lot of work for the state of Massachusetts, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. They sponsored the Massachusetts Bar Association dinner. Many of you may have been sitting there in prison who have been convicted by Aperture testimony. Start calling your lawyers.
When you were looking for power on, power off information from the data on the SD card, what clock would that information, that time be dependent on?
Sure. So that's going to be dependent on the Lexus clock. That Lexus clock is continuously running, but it also syncs up with GPS systems to update the clock on occasion. We do not know how frequent that activity occurs because that is proprietary to the manufacturer themselves.
To bring us back, when you started this case, there were two important text stream events.
Correct. There were two text stream events.
Remind us what those were.
Sure. So one is going to be associated with a three-point turn, and the other is going to be associated with a backing maneuver.
In those two text stream events, are they related in any way to the running clock that is on the text stream data?
Sure. So when we think back, the text stream events have that running clock from ignition on. And because we know the power on events from the infotainment module, we can reconcile when those time counts occurred.
If there's information about timing from text stream data on the Lexus, what would you have to do if you took a separate device like an iPhone and you wanted to reconcile the variance?
Sure.
But when did the collision occur? It didn't. There's no collision. There's no collision. We just saw a three-point turn and a reverse event in the driveway in Dighton. How do we know it wasn't that event? This makes no sense. It makes no sense. I hope the jury's picking it up.
So if we want to reconcile the variance, what we would need is we would need an event that occurs that both clocks record. So for instance, if you've got two cameras that are recording you jumping up and down, you would take your motion of jumping up and down or your event of jumping up and down, and you would use that event to sync the clocks of those two cameras. So essentially, we're doing the same thing with the Lexus clock and the iPhone clock.
When you did your analysis during this case, initially, did you have any interest in trying to reconcile those clocks?
No, I did not.
Why not?
No.
Because that is generally accepted that the clock variance is up to 60 seconds.
Up to 60 seconds.
And while reviewing the power on and off events and comparing that to the surveillance videos that were provided, that was consistent with what we would have expected.
Did something compel you to further your study?
Yes, the power of Christ compels you.
The Lexus clock information on those two text stream events.
We need an exorcism. The power of Christ compels you. The power of Christ compels you. Did anything compel you to figure out the clock drift, clock time, Back to the Future nonsense?
Did something compel you to further your study and compare the Lexus clock information on those two text stream events, the three-point turn and the backing maneuver, to a different device?
Yes, there was a claim of attempting to synchronize those two clocks that I believed was potentially misleading.
Tully compelled him, right?
So based on reviewing that information and coming to that conclusion, did you on your own do any further study about the difference in clocks and attempt to synchronize them?
Yes, I did.
You said that you can synchronize if you have more than one device identifying a particular time. What did you mean by that?
Sure. So if we've got two devices that are recording a similar event, so let's say, for instance, a three-point turn, if that is recorded with an iPhone, with the iPhone's clock, we can compare that event to the time that that event occurs and is recorded by the Lexus.
Mm-hmm.
Were you aware of any device other than the Lexus recording that three-point turn?
Yes, I was.
What were you aware of?
That would be an iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe.
Right. And you could tell that
Did
his
you
iPhone
have
made a
data
3-point turn.
information
Okay.
from Mr. O'Keefe's phone some time ago?
I did have partial location data from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
What a tangled web we weave.
Did you do something with his iPhone data as it relates to the Lexus clock on those two events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver?
I did on the 3-point turn, yes, and the backing maneuver.
Tell us what you did.
Sure. So I looked at when the 3-point turn occurred within the iPhone data and the location data in reference to that clock, and then looked at the same 3-point turn event as it was recorded from the text stream and the Lexus clock.
At some point, did you have enough data to make that full analysis?
Yes, I did.
Now, as a general concept, before we get to the 3-point turn in detail, I want to turn to page 39 of your
January
PowerPoint.
30th. Yeah. On January 30th, that car made a 3-point turn. Probably when Trooper Paul, the hero,
I'm sorry, if you could turn to
was
page
doing
38,
his
please.
testing.
Okay. Can you
I mean-
explain to us the concept
I
of
mean, you know the defense experts are going to shred this guy and everything that he has said and everything that he stands for. And I'm here for every minute of it. And this is just so ridiculously, mind-numbingly stupid. He keeps talking about these events and 3-point turns, says Josie Miller. But he even says there was no collision with any of these events. Talking about these events is completely pointless. Thank you, because that's exactly what I was thinking.
synchronizing clocks?
Sure. So this is kind of a graphical representation of how to synchronize a clock.
Oh, thank you.
So
for
essentially, like I said,
mansplaining.
we're taking a event that occurs. In this instance, is a 3-point turn. We have data where that 3-point turn is recorded within an iPhone.
Yeah, I'm going to
and we
read
have
this. I'm going to
data-
read this slide to you in case you are not here to see the beauty of this PowerPoint slide. It says at the top, aligning clocks between devices. To accurately compare events from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone and Ms. Reed's Lexus, we need to synchronize their clocks. This is like a 5th grade science project. If anybody's out there, well, the year's almost over. I don't know when the science fair is anymore, but if you guys are out there looking for a science fair project, you might want to try this on your own, and your 5th grader might be able to do a better job. Good luck finding that trifold board at Michael's right about now, though, because they're probably sold out. But anyway, it goes on to say, this is done by identifying a shared event recorded on both systems and aligning the timestamps. Okay. Let me take off the captions to read that what's underneath this amazingly, are you smarter than a 5th grader? Project. Are you smarter than, is your 5th grader smarter than Shannon Burgess? That should be actually maybe the new reality show. Is your 5th grader smarter than Shannon Burgess? This is done by identifying a shared event recorded on both systems and aligning the timestamps. And then he's got a little graphic. Canva has better graphics, by the way, of a Lexus clock on the left that says Lexus clock recorded a text stream event associated with a 3-point turn. And then there's a red arrow pointing to the other graphic. Canva has better graphics again. Shared event, colon, 3-point turn. Oh, Colin has entered the chat. We haven't heard much about Colin during this trial. And then there's a little graphic that says O'Keefe's iPhone clock recorded location data associated with a 3-point turn. Oh, you mean in the area where there's really bad service on Cedar Crest, and you're going to try and say that his iPhone clock location data shows, even though he was in the car, that his phone was sensitive enough to record a 3-point turn in a vehicle? Okay. He's cracked it. He's cracked the case. I give up, Uncle.
Where that 3-point turn is recorded within the Lexus. Those events have clocks associated with them. So in order to reconcile the difference in those clocks, we are comparing the clock times for the event from each device and moving or adjusting the clock for one compared to the other.
In addition to specializing in data and computers and cars, you also mentioned that you specialize in mobile phones.
Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm.
Did you use your experience in your training and your education to analyze the iPhone data from Mr. O'Keefe's
Oh,
phone?
the data. You
as
guys are
related
right.
To the information.
You guys are right. He said his specialty was in analyzing actual phones. They only gave him the data. Garbage in, garbage out. Analyzing the data. Here we go.
the iPhone data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone as it related to the information from the Lexus vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that, yes or no?
Yes.
Just answer.
Can you answer that yes or no?
Yes,
You did?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, the
Did
turn
you
was
see what type
three-point
of
turn
information
backing out of
was
John's
being
on the
stored
30th.
on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone as far as location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
This is such junk science. Hold on, let's hear that again. If all this was on the 30th, the car was in MSP custody. Who knows what they did with it on the 30th? They could have done lots of three-point turns and lots of reversing maneuvers.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow
What
that.
was the question?
Did you see what type of information was being stored on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone as far as location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
He didn't see the phone. He's right. He didn't see the phone. He saw the
Yes, I
data.
did. In reference to location data, Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone is recording timestamps, GPS position, speed, and heading. So heading is going to be the direction that the iPhone is facing.
Yeah, like when he walked
Was
into
there
the
any
house.
tip-
Yes, Ian Whiffen did prove that he walked into the house like 84 feet or however many steps into the house. Exactly. Yeah, in a whatever, a westerly direction or whatever it was, right?
Particular application that you were aware of
Thank you,
that he
Mr.
was
Whiffen.
using?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, he was using the Waze app for navigation.
Could we have number 39, please?
Laura, is clocks on there? I thought it was.
Could you tell
I
us
don't
what
put it
this
on.
shows, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So specifically what we're looking at within the location data is a 2-minute window. So that 2-minute window we see here graphically plotted on a map. And we see, it's hard to tell, but you can see a white dot, which is the center of a radius for a GPS position.
Look like bingo
The orange
stamps.
circles are the horizontal accuracy for each one of those positions. And then down here, you can see a black line that is coming off of each GPS position that represents the heading or the direction that the iPhone is facing.
You mentioned you had some materials from Mr. Whiffen. Did you ever see any materials from Mr. Whiffen regarding location data that was acquired through the application Waze?
Yes, I did see a report by Mr. Whiffen.
Did you rely on his report or did you independently, on your own, test the location information?
Sure. So I independently, on my own, looked at the location data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Why? Because Whiffen's report was wrong. Okay.
This diagram that we see with all the points on it, is this developed from your own independent view and review of Mr. O'Keefe's location data?
It is.
To the top left is a round circle. What does that indicate?
Sure. So top left. So yeah, so that's going to be, again, the GPS coordinate beginning for this 2-minute interval that we're looking at. The orange circle is going to be the horizontal accuracy for that GPS point.
And then bring us down and up to the left. There seems to be a bigger circle on the top.
Sure. So as we come down, believe what is Cedar Crest and go up Cedar Crest, we have a position where the course heading of the iPhone changes, the speed lowers, and we have a lot more GPS points in a centralized location. So that's why you see that overlapping circles in that location.
That's right.
When you're following and analyzing Mr. O'Keefe's location information, does this in any way relate to the first of those two text stream events that you originally were focused on?
It does relate to the first text stream event, which identifies a 3-point turn.
And again, although you're not an accident reconstructionist, do you know if there's data that was captured regarding this 3-point turn as far as an event?
Was he going upstairs
Yes,
at the
I'm
same
aware
time?
of data that was captured during that 3-point turn event.
If we could turn to page 40, please.
What data was captured exactly?
I want you to explain to us how this chart works. What does a
Thank you,
point
Andy.
mean?
Sure. So when we were initially provided the location data, again, we were provided a partial view or a partial data set of that location data. And within that Excel spreadsheet that data was provided in, it was identified as GPS points. So what we've got here is we've got the partial data along with the full data set that I was provided later on.
Oh, they give you some
we've
more
got a couple
manufactured
columns here.
data?
So we've got point, which is GPS point from that partial initial data set that I was provided.
Show me when the car
We've got
accident happened.
timestamps. So these timestamps are every second. With every second, there is a latitude and a longitude recorded, as well as a horizontal accuracy, a speed, and
Right.
again, a course heading.
Right, Libby. If his phone can record a 3-point turn, then those steps must have happened. Yeah, the 3 flights of stairs. You can't use it as a shield and a sword. You can't say, yeah, his iPhone accurately recorded a 3-point turn that occurred on Cedar Crest, and we're going to use it for that. But no, he didn't really go up and down any flights of stairs because, you know, if you hold your phone in your hand and wave it around in your car the way that Ian Whiffen did those ridiculous experiments on his own, it can record steps. Yeah, that's totally legit. But, you know, it's so accurate that it can record a 3-point turn while you're sitting in a car with someone else and you're not driving, right? You can't use it as a shield and a sword. I call BS on all of this, and it's ridiculous and it's embarrassing. And a woman is facing life in prison because of this manufactured opinion. I can't even call it an expert. It's not an expert. He is not an expert.
When you looked at data point 154, is there a time ascribed to that?
There is a time described to that as 12:23:58.
Before you did this more in-depth
I'm going to make it go faster because
analysis,
it's too slow for me.
were you relying on
In-depth
anything
analysis.
beyond point 154, that one line?
No, so that was the only thing that was being relied on at that time.
Why?
Because again, we were initially provided a partial data set of the location.
And why didn't you seek earlier on to break this down with more
Because you weren't
specificity?
hired yet.
Again, because the generally accepted clock variance is of up to 60 seconds. And that data was consistent with everything else we were seeing. So there was no need to look any further.
And what compelled you again to look further?
The power of Christ.
A claim of misinterpreting and a misleading calculation trying to adjust these clocks.
You know what's
Were you
misleading?
given a report?
This entire
I was not given a
testimony.
report. I was giving a PowerPoint presentation.
Oh,
When you decided to delve deeper into
somebody gave you a PowerPoint presentation to tell you exactly what to PowerPoint on, exactly what to pinpoint on the PowerPoint that they gave you. They didn't give you the phone. They gave you a set of data on a PDF or something, maybe. Somebody could have typed it up in their office. Come on.
this, was that on your own initiative or were you requested to do it?
That was on my own initiative.
Liar. Henry Rollins' Liar is on the playlist. It's been on there for a long time because at the last trial, boy, do we see a lot of liars. And if you don't know that song, listen to it. It's pretty good. It was not on your own initiative. Let me just tell you, from decades of experience dealing with expert witnesses, no expert just performs analysis and writes reports without you asking them to, because they need to know they're going to get paid for it. They don't just do it sua sponte. They don't just do it on their own. They don't work for free and be like, oh, hey, I thought of something great. I think I'm just going to do a whole bunch of experimenting and analyze a whole bunch of data, rack up hundreds of hours of work, and then just send you a bill for it. That's not how it works. It's not how it works at all. They just don't do that in preparing reports and doing experiments, which you can, wait, we'll get to that in a minute.
Now, rather than simply
Compare
relying
with
on point 154,
ARCA.
what does breaking it down with all of the times and numbers between the green and orange do for your analysis?
Sure. So breaking it down, we can see between the green. So the green highlighted in green is position or timestamp 12:23:59. What we see happening before that time is the speed is pretty consistent between 15 and 8 miles per hour. The speed starts to drop at that point. And if we look at the course heading, we can see that the course heading before that time is pretty consistent as well, between 3:39 and 3:48. So that is, at position or at time 12:23:59, the speed drops and the course heading changes from, approximately 360, so straight north, to 284, which is in a northwesternly direction. After that time of 12:23:59, the speed recorded is 0. The course heading is 352. And at time 12:24:07, you see the speed pick back up and the course heading is around 179 degrees. So
Tell us about the 3 flights of stairs. Because if all your other data is so accurate, then so are the stairs, right? No, because they cherry pick what they want to ask each and every so-called expert to align with pinning it on the girl. And Olivia Niall is here, and Olivia Niall, I believe, is the one who broke the story with the lack of the BS. Bachelor of Science from Shannon Burgess. I missed you too. I wasn't able to cover this day live, so we're doing it now. Boy, it's fire.
It's going to be in a southern direction. So based on this information, we can tell that the vehicle between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07 made a 3-point turn maneuver, changing from the northern direction of heading to the southern direction.
Is this data
He was waving it
generated
around.
from Mr. O'Keefe's phone or from the Lexus?
Sure. So this data is generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
North,
When you
south.
initially relied on
east,
154 as a
west.
timestamp to identify the time and location of the car at a later point, does this give you more of a benefit breaking it down?
This does give you more of a benefit breaking it down.
The zeros and the speed, what does that indicate to you as far as the data relative to the portion of the 3-point turn?
Sure. So it doesn't necessarily mean the vehicle is at 0 miles per hour. Again, if you look at the horizontal accuracies, we've got anywhere between 16 and 29 feet. So that's the range in the GPS and what it's seeing. So if the car is, slightly moving or moving like you would expect during a 3-point turn, you would expect to see that speed at, 0 miles per hour.
Did you develop a photograph with some detail to explain this in more of a picture format?
Yes, I did make a graphical representation of this.
If we could have 41, please. Could you break this down for us, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is, again, a zoomed in version of the map that we showed
Oh,
earlier.
thank you, Henrik. We're up to 111 shores. Angel numbers.
And what we've done is we've cleaned out or just removed, for the sake of simplicity, the other points leading north to this point and the points leading south. Those are going to be those 0 mile per hour indications.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're looking at is the heading change and that speed change, which occurs at 12:23:59. And you can see the heading change from the black arrow leading off of the center radius of the GPS position. Then at 12:24:07, you see the heading change to a southern direction. And then the
Is anybody
other
buying
GPS
this?
points are consistent with the vehicle moving southbound on
Let's
Cedar
make it
Crest.
faster, because I think he's almost
So
done, right?
the claim that you analyzed, did that actually compel you to analyze and identify a more accurate variance than you originally had?
It did.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what the variance is between the clock on the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022 and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I do.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Need a little more, Mr. Brown.
After you studied timestamp 154, what did that help you do? What did you learn from that?
Sure. So after studying timestamp GPS point 154 and these further GPS positions, we're able to identify the approximate time that the 3-point turn occurred according to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data. So now we've got that event of when that 3-point turn occurred. Now we can compare that to the 3-point turn from the text stream data and that running clock. Again, what we're doing is taking the power on event at 12:12:36 and adding the time count from the text stream data to come up with the time of 12:23:38 in the text stream data. So the text stream data indicates a 3-point turn ended or a trigger event, a text stream event ended at approximately 12:23:38. The iPhone indicates that a 3-point turn occurred between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07. So since we've got that shared event between the two devices, we can reconcile any type of clock variance. So adjusting the Lexus clock to the iPhone clock, we can calculate that clock variance.
Is this a methodology that is commonly used in your practice?
It is.
Is it commonly used in the scientific community which you're part of?
It is.
Are there scholarly papers about this type of methodology in comparison of synchronizing clocks?
There are.
One of the papers you wrote, did that have anything to do with synchronization of clocks?
It
Which
did
is
not
a
have
fifth
anything to do
grade
with
science
synchronization
paper.
of clocks, but it was relative to how accurate the timestamps are of events from iPhones.
Boy.
And that was one of your peer-reviewed papers?
Yes, it was.
And are there
Hell no.
scholarly journals and studies on the synchronization of clocks?
There are. Yes.
Did you use that methodology in your analysis to come to arrive at an opinion about the time variance between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
The clock variance is between 21 and 29 seconds.
If we could have number 42, please.
Everybody, call your lawyers. Get out of
What
jail
is this, Mr.
now.
Burgess?
Sure. So this is,
Time
if
doesn't
we
work
think back to
enough,
the last
okay?
slide, We've identified the 3-point turn event in both data sets. So now if we want to adjust one clock to the other, we can do that. And doing that, we've identified that the variance is between 21 and 29 seconds. So we would need to adjust the Lexus clock forward by 21 to 29 seconds to synchronize it with the iPhone data. So in doing that, the end of text stream event 1162.1 goes from 12:23:38 to 12:23 between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07.
These two clocks, one on the left being the Lexus clock that reads 12:23:38 a.m., and the other clock on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone has a different time, 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. Do you have an opinion?
So
we
which
know-
time is correct? The iPhone time or the Lexus clock time? I still don't know. Are they pushing the alleged collision into the future now?
Degree of scientific certainty if these two clocks pertain to an event that's happening at the same time or a different time?
Yes. So these two clocks are, we are synchronizing these clocks to an event that is happening at the same time.
This is relative to the first text stream event, the 3-point turn. You said there was a second text stream event that you were analyzing.
Correct. There's a second text stream event.
And what is that second text stream event?
That second text stream event is a backing up maneuver.
Are you familiar with the time frame on the Lexus clock relative to that second text stream event?
Yes, I am.
And what is that time frame?
So it is approximately 19 minutes from the ignition on.
And do you know what time that is on the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
With the
When
course
was
provision?
there a collision with a person? Could you tell us that? What event was that?
So that is going to be 12:31:43 is going to be the end of that text stream event.
That text stream event, by the way, when it captures data, what window of data does it capture when there's a text stream event or a triggering event?
Sure. So when the trigger occurs, it captures data 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after the trigger.
What if the event is less than 10 seconds?
So if it's less than 10 seconds, it would capture the entire event. If it's more than 10 seconds, it would only capture
Yes,
a partial snapshot of that event.
And so when you talk about the data for the backing event, is that the 10-second window you're speaking of?
Yes, that is that 10-second window.
Does that have anything to do with defining the length of the actual event?
No, it does not.
When you
No.
looked at the time from the Lexus clock regarding that backing event, did you do an analysis of John O'Keefe's phone considering the variance that you identified?
Yes, I did. So I applied the same variance to that second text stream event.
When you apply that variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what is could I turn to 43, please? What is the time of that event if we're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Sure. So the time of that event with the clock variance adjusted is 12:32:04 to between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of that time from Mr. O'Keefe's phone considering the variance?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
And the opinion is that the second text stream event ends between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you say text stream event, that's the 10-second window?
Correct. That's the 10-second window.
Does that necessarily include the entire event?
No, it does not.
The graph on the bottom, what does that show us? It looks a little bit overwritten.
Yeah. So that graph is
Overwritten?
a timeline representation of the text stream event ending, being adjusted with the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12 in comparison with the last lock event that is recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 12:32:09.
Oh, so you had to
Your
make that
analysis
sync up to.
Relative to the data that you obtained from the SD
Let's
card.
do the timeline again. They're moving
is-
the timeline again from 12:31 to 12:32 to the time of the collision, allegedly. Because now that they know that his brain injury wouldn't have allowed him to stumble around, walk, look at a text message with facial recognition, read the text message, shut the phone off. They got to make that make sense, right? So that's why he did this on his own. Notice there's been hardly any objections. And that is by design.
Is your analysis and opinions separate from the other information you looked at that corroborated or supported your analysis?
Yes, they are.
I have no further questions.
Cool. We're done with him. Yay. Yeah, I have to put it on regular speed for this, right? And again, I will entertain motions to speed it up if need be. Kelly checked her Android phone, iPhone, car, all three changed at the same time at the same point, and then checked both phones against Alexa and Google Hub. All 5 changed.
That's as good as they can be, huh? Where one's burnt out.
Oh, the light bulbs are burnt out, just like
I'll see Council Temple.
it's like Commonwealth. There's oh look, and then they took a little break. Oh, excellent. We get to fast forward. Okay, here we go. It's like sunlight is the best disinfectant. the light bulbs have burned out in the courtroom. It's kind of prophetic, isn't it?
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Leslie.
Slamming
Thank
down
you,
the
Your Honor.
papers. I love it. Slamming down the papers.
Good afternoon, Mr. Burgess.
Good afternoon.
You spell your first name Shannon with one N. Do I have that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You describe yourself as a digital forensic examiner, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You use the term forensics often in your analysis.
Yes, I do.
And would you agree that generally the accepted definition of forensics is something that relates to, that's used in, and is suitable for a court of law?
Yes, I would.
And so when you're working in forensics, even in your office, you understand that eventually it's very likely that whatever work you're working on is going to end up or could end up in a court of law, correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned in your direct examination the scientific method, right?
Correct.
And I was pleased to hear mention of the scientific method. And I just want to cover some principles with regard to the scientific method. But before I do, I just want to see how forensics envelopes in certain items. So forensics applies scientific methods and principles to legal matters, particularly in criminal investigations, right?
Correct.
It's a fair statement.
Yes.
Thank you. And forensics are used to help lawyers in their preparation, correct?
Yes, that'd be correct.
And it's used to help judges in courts of law.
Yes, that is correct.
And it's also used to help juries and jurors to understand the results of scientific tests, correct?
Correct.
So you know, and you have to presume that as you are performing your analysis, as I stated earlier, that this information is going to end up in a court of law.
Correct.
And then does that heighten sort of the analysis that you need to do and the sharpness and the accuracy, given that it's going to end up in that form?
It can, depending on context.
And is the primary goal of forensic science to uncover the truth and to provide objective evidence that can be presented in a court?
Yes, it is.
Would you generally agree that the work of forensic science, including the work that you do, is intended to be used in court because scientific evidence can be very powerful, and therefore the forensic science must be accurate?
Correct.
It must be methodical.
Correct.
There must be a method, right?
Right.
It must be detailed.
Yes.
And above all, it must be unbiased and truthful, correct?
That is correct.
And all of this, is it fair to say, distills down to reliability?
Correct.
And reliability is a desired characteristic of the forensic scientist.
Yes.
You want people to be able to rely upon your work.
Yes.
And credibility and honesty is part of reliability, and it's a fundamental component of that, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You've stated that you hold your opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. You said that several times on direct, correct?
Correct.
And because the discipline of forensics involves the application of the scientific method, as you stated on direct, you therefore, of course, applied the scientific method throughout your analysis, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Would you agree with the following statement of the scientific method? And tell me whether, well, let me start with, you understand, you know, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST?
Yes, I am familiar. Yeah.
And would you agree with a definition of the scientific method as the systematic pursuit of knowledge involving the recognition and definition of a problem, the collection of data through observation and experimentation, analysis of the data, the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis. I know there's a lot there, and if you'd like me to break any of it down, you let me know.
No, I find that generally acceptable. Yep.
And I wanted to emphasize the end, the evaluation and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis. You understand what I'm meaning by hypotheses?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
The scientific method is used, among other reasons, is it not, to avoid certain biases in the science process, correct?
Yes, correct.
Right. So the method is trying to prevent a scientist, not cultural bias, but scientific bias, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what the American Academy of Forensic Scientists refer to as cognitive biases in science, generally?
No, I do not.
Have you heard of the term confirmation bias?
Yes, I have heard of that term.
Have you heard of the term anchor bias in the scientific method?
I have not heard that term.
Let's start with confirmation bias. Is a fair definition, and you said you're generally familiar with that, right?
Yes, correct.
So let's start with that. That's the practice of sort of selectively gathering and interpreting evidence to confirm the scientist's belief or a belief of another, and at the same time neglecting evidence that contradicts them. Is that a fair definition of confirmation bias?
Yes.
And an example of confirmation bias is not considering alternative hypotheses once an initial hypothesis has been selected, even though the data and other information might contradict the initial hypothesis. Fair statement?
Yes, that's a fair statement.
And confirmation bias, although sometimes it occurs, is intellectually and analytically antithetical to, it's opposing of the scientific method, correct?
Correct, yes.
And it's to be avoided.
Right.
Anchor bias is, and I know you said you didn't recall it, but let me see if this triggers a recollection. If not, fair enough.
Okay.
Anchor bias is when you prioritize information and data that supports your initial impression of the evidence, even where the impressions are incorrect or it's unknown whether the impression is incorrect. You sort of anchor into that. Does that sound like a reasonable definition of anchor bias?
Yes, that sounds reasonable.
So biases are to be avoided in the application of scientific matters and methods because they can lead to incorrect conclusions in science, right?
Right.
Right. He's not saying sure anymore. He's not so sure anymore.
And even though they're to be avoided, you called this case a homicide. Even before you began your alleged scientific testing. Isn't that correct?
Oh, snap.
I don't recall. Where would I have called it a homicide?
Do you recall your January 30th, 2025 report that you prepared in this case?
Yes, I do.
Wow.
Do you have it with you?
I do.
Can you turn to page 4, footnote 3, please?
Yes.
Footnote, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It is page 4, footnote 3.
Can't make this up. I couldn't. Hollywood writers everywhere
And
trying to script something
in
that's good.
page
But they can't.
4, footnote 3, it states, I'm sorry, sir, are you there?
Yes, I am sorry.
It says evidence reviewed by the defense counsel Ray O'Keefe, MV homicide. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Now, you assumed in the very beginning that Miss Reed had hit Mr. O'Keefe with her car before you began the scientific testing that you had discussed in your direct.
No, that would be incorrect.
But you did list homicide down in
Right.
footnote 3, correct?
Yes, I did.
And so this report's drafted January 30th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And the testing, I'll just give you a snapshot. Some of the testing you discussed with Mr. Brennan, that testing didn't occur until after this trial started, correct? Some of the testing you described in direct?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, so that testing didn't even occur in the trial. Just assume the trial started at April 22nd. So the testing you described when you were talking about aligning clocks and GPS, that occurred after April 22nd, correct?
Correct. It did.
Yeah.
Now let's go on to
Also, just pointing out the obvious here. He wasn't even hired. His aperture wasn't even hired until after the first trial. Well after the first trial. Well after Hank Brennan was hired. 18 Wheels of Outrage is here. He's in Peculiar, Missouri. Perfect place to watch this from. It is, isn't it? Can't even make this up. Because Trooper Paul didn't do a good enough job, so they had to get these guys on board. And you tell me whether you think these guys are going to do a better job than Trooper Paul. He didn't even do his testing until after the trial already started. Because they got to make it fit.
another topic. Let's talk about professional credentials.
Oh, here we go.
You know what I mean by the term credentials?
He's like, yeah.
Yes, I do.
Close your report. We know you already decided it was a homicide before you even did any of your testing, and some of your testing was done after the trial already started. Yeah, let's forget about that. Let's move on to a different subject now. Alessi is playing with his food, says Alessi's cowboy boots. Buckle up, buttercups.
Professional credentials are important in any profession, correct?
Correct.
And they're important in your forensic examiner profession as well.
Correct.
Your forensic scientists and examiners are no different than any other professional that credentials are important. And your profession requires you to provide curriculum vitae, laying out your education, training, and background, correct?
Correct.
And it's imperative, is it not, that the information that is disseminated about your professional credentials are absolutely truthful, right?
Yes, they should be.
They should be.
You say they should be. Let's continue on with that topic. You understand what's meant by the term ethics, right? Generally?
Yes. Yes.
And simple ethics mandate that one is truthful about their professional credentials, correct?
Correct.
And a fundamental credential is what type of college degree you hold, correct?
Correct.
People rely
Olivia.
on those credentials. And
Olivia, do you think that this guy looked at Twitter the night before his abominable cross-examination? Do you think he knew it was coming? I mean, we know that Brennan didn't cross-examine, didn't even ask him about his education at all. So we know that he read it. Do you think he prepped Burgess, or do you think Burgess is flapping out here in the wind because maybe Brennan didn't want to warn him to shake his, confidence under direct? I don't know, but I'm here for it.
credentials are the foundation of your expert opinions and analyses, correct?
They can be. Yes.
They can be, and they often are, correct?
Yes, they can be, depending on context.
But more often than not, they're important.
Yes. Again, depending on context.
You know that not only your colleagues, but your clients, your firm clients, courts, and juries will rely on your CV and your credentials in order to make determinations about whether you're qualified to testify and your depth of your qualifications, correct?
Correct.
You provided the Commonwealth, the defense, and the court with your CV in this case, correct?
Correct.
If I can have a moment, Your Honor, I will
Yes.
get my first exhibits.
Oh, the weekend before he took the stand, right? Because this was on a Monday. People on Reddit were talking about it, says Olivia Nile. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, a lot of people were saying, he would know that they looked at his LinkedIn profile, but I don't have LinkedIn notifications turned on. I could care less about that kind of stuff. So do you think he does? That that whole like he must have known they looked at his profile thing is not really a winning argument to me, because a lot of people don't have their notifications turned on for that. I turn off notifications on everything. Otherwise, I'd be getting notifications all day long. If I want to know about something, I'll go to the app individually and look at my notifications there, because, you know, you can get bombarded with that stuff all day long. So I don't know if he would have known that exactly, but let's see. Yay, Bat Mama. Got a membership. Yay.
Welcome.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I could have this marked as the next exhibit.
Look at her face.
For identification?
Does she know this is coming?
Okay.
Wait, did you see the way she like eyed him? She gave him like a side eye. Look at that side eye. Take off the captions, but I mean, that's quite the side eye there. Kim Jong-un. Look.
Your Honor, if I could have this marked as the next exhibit.
For identification?
For identification?
At this point.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'm going to have it off, going to be eventually offering it into evidence. So
Yeah.
Okay.
They have presented to the witness
So let's mark it for identification
first.
first.
Yep, okay.
The way we do things in Massachusetts, Mr. Lassie.
Identification.
Yes.
Okay.
Chloe Albert's Revenge, you were on fire today with the jokes. I just got to say, I have to acknowledge you
Yes.
Thank you.
because you are
Mr.
on
Burgess,
fire.
I am presenting you with exhibit.
TT for identification.
I was, thank you, Your Honor.
TT.
I'm learning not to
Judgy.
talk while I'm walking backwards so Madam Court Reporter can hear me. So I'm
TT for-
presenting you with
TT for total train wreck. That's what we'll call it, okay? Say no more. Say no more, Kim Jong-un. I'm picking up what you're laying down.
but it's exhibit TT for identification. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is that document?
So this document appears to be my CV.
Appears to be.
Yes.
Thank you. And is that CV a document that you have prepared?
Yes, so that is a document that either I have prepared or the company Apture has prepared.
Is
Oh,
that a fair and accurate document?
It appears to be.
the company lied on your
I'd offer
behalf?
that into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Brown?
No, thank you.
Yes.
And if you could just, if you want to have the witness hold it, I have some.
Said it was accurate, right?
Yes,
Sure.
Yep.
Thank you, Random.
Exhibit 183.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Mr. Burgess, you have in front of you your CV that we just spoke about, and I'd ask you please to draw your attention to the education section where underneath in red it says BGS, and then, do I read it correctly? It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama Birmingham, Alabama currently pursuing. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
Thank you, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Do you have to be
Yes.
enrolled to be
Thank you.
currently pursuing, or can it just be a dream?
Like this.
Something you're dreaming about.
Next for identification only at this point. Oh, excuse me, can I have that back on?
He's having too much fun. He's having too much fun with this. I don't know more of Alessi. I don't know how they're finding more people to jump on this crazy train. I have no idea. Maybe they're paying a lot. They're definitely paying a lot of money. Look at the judge. What is she looking at? She's going through pages. She's like trying to distract herself from the reality of the train wreck that's happening right in her courtroom.
May I hand it to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to actually ask to have it marked for identification first,
Okay.
and we'll go from there.
Exhibit UU for ID.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Burgess, it's been marked, the document is Exhibit UU for identification. Could you please tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, I do recognize that.
And sir, please describe briefly what that is.
Sure. So it is a CV as well.
Thank you. I would offer it into evidence at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Brennan, any objection?
No, thank you.
No objection from Hank.
184.
He had to know it was coming.
Thank you. I present it back to the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A lot of versions of his CV. A lot of versions.
Mr. Burgess, once you've had a fair opportunity to look at that, I have a question, and that question is simple. Is that your April 2025 CV?
Let me see. Yes, it appears to be.
Thank you. And when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, when you can just pick your head up, sir, to let me know you're ready. I don't want to
Yes.
rush you, but then I have some questions.
Absolutely. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. So in those two exhibits, your two CVs in front of you, am I correct that the first one is November 2024 and the second one is April 2025?
Let me see. Yes, that appears to be correct.
In both of those CVs, you indicate that you have not yet earned a bachelor's degree.
That is correct.
And you certainly have not earned a Bachelor of Science degree in any educational field, according to those two CVs, right?
Correct.
And in fact, as you sit here today, you do not possess any bachelor's degree.
Correct.
Oh, that's a problem.
And the reason, as you state, is because that bachelor's degree is currently pending. That's the term you use.
So I use currently pursuing.
Currently pursuing, yes. So
That kind of like saying, anticipated graduation date of such and such, or currently pursuing, or currently dreaming about, or currently wishing I had one.
you have a public profile that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
Yes, I do.
And it's in the form of a biography page.
Yes, I believe so.
And that biography page has your education listed.
Very possible. Yes.
Okay, very possible. The reason people hire you as an expert is because of your qualifications, because of your education, because of your degrees. That is exactly why you were hired. It is a selling point for any and all expert witnesses. Imagine calling in a neurosurgeon to testify and then cross-examining him and finding out that he was never board certified in neurosurgery. In fact, he's actually a podiatrist, but he's currently pursuing becoming a neurosurgeon. It just doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. And I'm not even saying that he needs a bachelor's degree to be qualified as an expert in his cell phone forensics, but you can't lie about it. It is a much bigger deal than I think people are giving it credit for being. It is a huge deal. Its credibility is shot forever moving forward, as is his company's. Don't they have arguably the duty to make sure that what they're putting up on their website, which is designed to attract business from clients such as the state of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, isn't it their duty to make sure that is accurate? Man, this is a train wreck.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
That, Mama, that's a good point. We'll put up all the questions after we're done.
Please, once Mr. Brennan reviews
It's
it.
supposed to be. They got him cheaper without his bachelor's, says Michelle, but he said that he had one. That's what it says on their website. So, I mean, that's the old bait and switch, right? Come in, and we'll sell you a Honda for $399 a month. And then you come in and you sign the papers And they're like, oh yeah, your credit wasn't good enough. You don't qualify for the $3.99 a month. You got to pay $6.99 a month. You still want the car? Because we already have it and it's got a bow on it for you. The old bait and switch.
Is it DV for ID?
May I hand it to the witness?
Yes.
I now, Mr. Burgess, giving you Exhibit DV for identification.
Okay.
You recognize that document?
Great name. That's a great name.
Yes, I do.
And indeed, that is the bio page that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
That is what it appears to be, yes.
Now,
Oh.
I would like you, sir, to turn to page 2
Look at his
of
chops.
that document.
Okay.
And I'd like to turn your focus to the bottom of education.
I've seen clips.
It states, am I correct, sir, BS, mathematics, and business administration. Is that correct?
It does state that, yes.
And there is no qualification that's currently pending. It states BS in mathematics and business administration, correct?
That's what it states there, yes.
And you do not have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, do you?
No, I do not.
Wow. Wow. He's not saying sure anymore, is he? He's quite sure that he does not have
And
a
if you
BS.
click on the hyperlink for your CV on that same website, do you know where that hyperlink takes you?
No, I do not.
To any member of the public reading this, including prosecutor, a defense attorney, a judge, or a jury, that represents that you received your Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, does it not?
Objection.
That's sustained.
It does say that though, doesn't it?
Now, if you
Wait, I'm sorry. Why was that not?
administration,
Why
you
was that a-
received your defense attorney, a judge, in this, including
To any
to any
member of the public.
member of the public reading this, including prosecutor, a defense attorney, a judge, or a jury, that represents that you received your
does.
Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, does it not?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Oh, because it's speculative about what other people would think. Okay, come on. We all know the answer to that.
Now, if you continue on to your photograph, are you familiar with Aperture's website that speaks about you and presents you generally?
Vaguely, yes.
Vaguely. Oh, distance yourself, dude. It's not going to work.
Are you aware that Aperture has 2 hyperlinks, one that says CV and one says LinkedIn? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am now.
And
He is now.
LinkedIn is a professional networking platform designed for career and business professionals to connect, share content, find jobs, etc. Is that a fair description of LinkedIn?
Yes, it is.
And could we also conclude that it's a professional networking platform, especially for private sector firms like Aperture,
Yeah.
that's used to attract clients or potential clients?
Yes, correct.
And potential clients include, for example, the Commonwealth of the state of Massachusetts, correct?
Correct.
And indeed, the Commonwealth is no longer, if you will, an attracted client, but it's an actual client of Aperture and you, correct?
Correct.
And that's the status of the relationship here. Aperture is a client of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this case, right?
Correct.
So is it fair to say that your CV, especially when it's published on a LinkedIn or published on a website, is something that is published to intend to have, especially if you're in the private sector, have clients view and retain your services? That's a hope and an expectation, correct?
Yes, that is part of it.
Seeking employment?
Now,
Burgess.
when you look at that document, when you click on,
Open
if you
to
were to be in your
employment?
office, and let's see if
Open
you're
to work?
familiar with this, you click on your LinkedIn on Aperture's page, that would ordinarily take you directly to your professional LinkedIn account, correct? Isn't that what the links are there for?
Katie
Yes,
for
I
the
would
win.
expect so.
Katie for the win. I love a good riches to rags story.
Are you notified when someone electronically accesses your LinkedIn account?
Not accesses, no. Are you referring to viewing?
Yes, that's
Yes,
a better
sorry,
verb,
yeah.
viewing. Yes.
Yes.
So you're notified. Were
Oh, he
you
has his
notified within the last 72 hours?
Okay, so he does have his notifications on. See, I don't. Many of you might not. LinkedIn is the unemployed dating website. Oh my God. I thought it was just me. Thank you, Sarah. The messages that I get on LinkedIn, I don't even look at it anymore. I don't even turn it on. I don't even turn it on. Mine's definitely not updated to say that I have a YouTube channel. I know that because I just never go on there. I don't need it for anything. I don't need to connect with people like that. So he doesn't have his notifications on. So, oh, he does have his notifications on. Okay, here we go. Are you notified? He says yes.
Account notified when? Are you notified when someone electronically accesses your LinkedIn account?
Not accesses, no. Are you referring to viewing?
Yes, that's
Yes,
a better
sorry,
verb,
yeah.
viewing. Yes.
Yes.
So you're notified. Were you notified within the last 72 hours that someone from the defense accessed your publicly available or viewed your publicly available LinkedIn account?
No, I was not aware.
He's been too busy prepping, getting prepped. I don't think he was prepped.
Are you
So-
aware that within the last 72 hours, that hyperlink on Aperture's official website was disabled?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that now if you try to go on that link, that you can't, that it's disabled?
No, I'm not aware of
Thank
that.
God for screenshots and Olivia Lambo.
Do you know whether anyone from Aperture directed someone within Aperture to disable your LinkedIn account within the last 72 hours?
No, I'm not.
Who else has access to your LinkedIn account,
have you
sir?
spoken to anybody at Aperture about your LinkedIn account?
Pretty sure that LinkedIn does not have access to. I mean, Aperture does not have access to his LinkedIn. No matter who your employer is, you still control your own LinkedIn account and your own LinkedIn page. And maybe your employer, if you're lucky and you have LinkedIn Plus or whatever it is that gives you this stupid check mark next to your name, maybe your employer reimburses you for that if you're in sales or something. But they don't have control over his page. He has control over his page. I'll bet you anything. But again, he can't take accountability for any of this, right?
No, I
Have you
haven't.
spoken to anybody at Aperture about your LinkedIn account?
No, I have not.
Wow. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. I don't know if he's breathing or not. Could somebody get it? We need a pulse check on the witness, please. Wellness check on the witness. Crash cart. Can you bring in the crash cart?
Yep.
Your Honor, I'd like to move EV into evidence at this time, please.
Okay, any objection?
I can just see it. It's.
I'm going to pull that up, Bat Mama.
Yep.
Yeah, and this is so very true, and I agree with you. I'll pull it up now since we're talking about it before we get into some more public shaming of this witness. Bat Mama says that my teens can't wait to hear what you think about their expert experience about the Bluetooth disconnecting from the car. And I saw that you put up a super chat earlier, and I was going to address it later, but since we're here. Thoughts? 12:30, John O'Keefe connects from the car. You have to be very far from the car to disconnect. My teens wait for me to get into the store before I disconnect, and then they can take over. He was not near the car once he disconnected. 100%. 100%. You are absolutely right. Same thing happens to me. They can't attach their Spotify playlist to the car until I am far enough away from the car that mine disconnects, unless they manually do it. You are 100% right. Your kids are 100% right. And even that proves to me that your high school kids, if they're teenagers, I'm assuming high school, middle school, are smarter than Shannon Burgess and so many of the experts in this case. And that gives me hope, Bat Mama. It gives me hope because reports are that the jury skews much younger than last time, meaning somebody said, I think it was Annie Elise, that I think she estimated 70% of the jury maybe is under 40. And so she's a lot younger than I am, so I don't know what she means by that. But if this jury is largely in their 20s and 30s, they are going to understand this technology testimony far better than someone like me and maybe some of you. And they're going to understand it, and they're going to be like, yeah, hell no, this is BS. They're going to get it, just like your kids do, Bat Mama. Tell me what you guys think in the chat and in the comments.
Exhibit 185.
On Fairview Road. Thanks for your super sticker. Great name. Mr. Burgess would look great with a baby shark hair. Do. Thanks, guys.
And we are done with those. So
Sure.
if I could ask those back for you, we can do it in
Absolutely.
court reporter. Your Honor, could I have the next one marked for identification at this point?
Yes.
Thank you.
Exactly, Iceman. You know what I'm saying.
WW.
Thank you.
WW. I'm sure that he was just on LinkedIn last week looking for a new
Yes.
job.
Mr. Burgess, I presented to you what is marked as Exhibit WW for identification. I'd ask that you take a look at it, take a fair amount of time, and then if you could, sir, pick your head up so I could see that you're ready.
Sure. Okay.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, it appears to be a screenshot of my LinkedIn account.
Oh,
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence.
oh boy. He looked at the jury like the cat just ate the canary.
Can I see you at sidebar with these?
Of course. Of course there's an objection because this is really going to hurt my case, Your Honor. Really. I don't know how much more is left in this particular day, but let's see how much we can get through before I got to jump.
Actually, step back so all the jurors can see.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Leslie, step back. You're on top of the witness and he's sweating already way too much. You just might have him pitch a heart attack in my courtroom and I cannot allow it. Can't allow that. I'll allow just about any other chicanery, tomfoolery, ballyhoo, and brouhaha, but not that one.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. We're just, I am representing to you what has been marked as Exhibit WW for identification. That is that a fair and accurate representation of your personal LinkedIn?
Look at the
page?
judge's face.
You could take a moment to take a look at it.
Sure.
Again, look at the side eye on the judge. She's just waiting to say something. She's like the cat that's about to pounce on the mouse. Look. Here she goes.
Your personal LinkedIn page. You could take a moment to take a look at it.
Sure.
Mr. Leslie, I'm going to ask you to step back so all the jurors can see. the
Yes, Your
witness,
Honor.
please.
Thank you.
Judge, thank you. Thanks, Jules. Thank you. You accused me. Now you prove it. Rachel in Kansas for your compliment.
Yes,
I
it does
appreciate
with
you.
a error on page 2
We'll see.
regarding education.
Highlight that
Right, and
again.
we're going to get to that.
Sure.
But this is you recognize this as a fair and accurate depiction of your personal LinkedIn page with the exception of what you just mentioned, correct?
Correct.
Did you draft that document that's represented as Exhibit WW?
I have drafted that over time, yes.
And when was the last time you viewed that document on your LinkedIn page?
I don't typically view the profile page, so it would
Really?
have been No, I could not tell you how long.
So you fabricated that lie many, many years ago. How long have you had a link? How long has LinkedIn? You guys can Google this faster than I can. When did LinkedIn begin? When did it launch?
Do you have any reason to believe that that exhibit WW is not on your LinkedIn page online as we sit here today?
No, I don't.
Your Honor, I move exhibit WW into evidence.
No objection.
Objection. I mean, this is really not very nice. No, we're rewatching Monday because I couldn't do it live with my viewers, Melly. So we're watching it together.
Thank you.
No grave concerns about this. No grave concerns at all.
I would like to turn your attention to your personal, the printout of your personal LinkedIn page and go right to the second
There's a
page,
glitch in the matrix.
bottom. And under education, it says University of Alabama at Birmingham. It's got a little UAB acronym there. And it says Bachelor of Science, paren, B period, S period, comma, Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation, 2016-2018. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
That's not correct, is it?
No, it's not correct.
And you do not hold a BS in a Bachelor of Science in Applied
Hold on.
Mathematics and
It
Science.
glitched. So I just want to take it back to the beginning of the question.
Acronym there. And it says Bachelor of Science, paren, B period, S period, comma, Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation, 2016-2018. Do you see that, sir?
Oh,
Yes, I do.
That's not correct, is it?
No, it's not correct.
And you do not hold a BS in a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham, do you?
I do not. And that would have been at that time an expected graduation date.
oh, doesn't say that though,
So-
does it?
It would be expected, you state.
Correct.
He's still expecting it, by the way.
It would be another word for, another word currently pursuing? Is that similar to expecting?
Sure, that could be similar.
But you know how to put currently pursuing down, don't you, sir? Because you did it on the first few CVs, but you don't have it on your LinkedIn page. Am I correct?
Right.
Correct. That's probably because obviously that has not been updated in quite some time.
Okay.
And
When you update something, you add it. You don't like correct a lie that you already, that's not an update. An update would be adding a new job, adding a new degree, adding some new certifications. That's an update, sir. Being that you have at least an associate's, you should know that. Updating it as to correcting the lie that you said that you already received your Bachelor of Science in 2018. The jury could be just disregarding every single thing that this guy says in its totality. And they have the right to do that if they find that he lied about
you
one
get
thing.
notifications when people access your LinkedIn page, correct?
I get selective notifications when people view my LinkedIn page.
So you know people are looking at your LinkedIn page. You know people are looking at your education. And you have down here 2016 to 2018. So that time period is 7 years old from 2018, yet you use the 2016 to 2018 on your LinkedIn page, correct?
Correct. With the caveat that my understanding is people look at your post, not specifically the profile information.
Okay, I call BS.
so
Really?
You believe
You think they don't look at your profile information to find out if they want to hire you, if you're coming in for an interview, if they want to hire you as an expert witness, or if they want to hire you for a job because you're going to need one? You think they only look at your posts? I never look at anybody's posts ever on the rare occasion that I do on LinkedIn. If I go on there, it's to find a person and find out what their education and qualifications are. I don't care what nonsense they're posting about their kids' graduation. And when did LinkedIn become Facebook, by the way, which I hate also? Ridiculous. CVs are not aspirational mood boards, sir, says Olivia Nile.
If apparently when people are looking at it and what they look at.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying generally.
Generally.
Correct.
But you don't know who's looking at the education section on your LinkedIn page and relying upon what is represented here, that you have a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham.
Not from the LinkedIn page. Yeah, just independently of the LinkedIn page, yes.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's like a dingy MySpace. Sarah. Somebody said he confused it with Pinterest.
And as you sit here
Well done,
today,
chat.
that page is still live
Nonchalantly.
on your LinkedIn, correct?
Well,
Correct.
I think it glitched during this trial because everyone was probably looking at it. Like crashed LinkedIn. Did LinkedIn go dark that day?
So a key
wanna
aspect
know.
of your credentials, whether or not you have obtained a Bachelor of Science, is incorrect in more than one document that I've presented here today, correct?
No, I would not agree with that.
Well, it's
own it.
incorrect in this one, correct?
Own
Correct.
it.
And the one previously to that, there's two documents that have you listed. This LinkedIn, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So there's two documents, is there not, sir?
I would say this is going to leave a mark, but as you can see by what looks like a giant slap mark on its face, it already has, and it's only getting bigger by the minute.
May I?
Sure.
Thank you. And Madam Court Reporter, if I can have the previous
Walking
one.
caveat.
So if you could hold that, this one, sir, and I'm going to take if that if I could from you, thank you. And Exhibit 185 that's in evidence, if you can turn to the second page. So if you look at each of those state that you have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. So there are two documents about your credentials that are inaccurate, correct?
Yes, that have errors. Yes, that is correct.
May I have those back,
Sure.
sir?
Yeah, both.
Yes.
Yes. There you go.
I think Alessi is a teacher also. I do think that he teaches like judges, and I don't know what he teaches, but he's an excellent teacher. As you can see, he held up the number 2 as he was looking at the audience. He wasn't even looking at the jury. He's looking at the gallery. Like, can you believe this guy? Well, here's a reminder, Will Call Magic. If you are going to testify in a court of law, please do look at your LinkedIn before you get on the stand.
Next document, Mark, for identification at this point.
Hi, Tina Lucille. Thank you, Iceman. This
You
guy,
have this
these
marked as the next
basic
right
documents have errors, and this guy wants us to believe that he can calculate down to the second that Karen's car hit John, which he really didn't even say anyway. He never said there was any sort of collision event, just that he can, line up the data between what the John's GPS phone data said and some alleged Lexus data said that doesn't even really have a timestamp on it at all. Exactly. He doesn't even know when or if he ever got his Bachelor of Science. He is sloppy. He is lazy. He's a liar. His credibility is shot. And you, jury, should not believe anything this man has to say about anything. He's got nothing about nothing, knows nothing on nothing. He's nothing about nothing, this guy. Under the table and dreaming of pursuing a degree. Thank you, Velo Ange. I will always allow a Dave Matthews reference.
Thank you.
Exhibit XX, Frankie.
You hand it to the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Handing the witness Exhibit XX for identification.
Double X rated now. might want to maybe go to OnlyFans. I don't know. It could be.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
So it appears to be a CV, yes.
You say it appears to be a CV. Can you describe that any further?
Yes, so it's a copy of my CV.
Is that a CV you prepared, sir?
It would have been prepared by myself or Aperture, yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end.
Sorry, it would have been prepared by myself or Aperture,
Oh,
yes.
so they are fraudulent
Yourself
now?
or Aperture?
Correct.
But you had, at a minimum, a role in preparing that, did you not?
More than likely, yes.
Yeah, and you would have reviewed that because it's about you before it would have been used by Aperture, correct?
More than likely, yes.
You wouldn't let somebody put a CV up and out to the public without you reviewing it, would you, sir?
So there are other staff members that do review and update CVs.
But you're the only one who's going to know whether what's on it is accurate or not, correct?
Unless I explain that to them, yes.
So either way, either you prepared it yourself or you interacted with somebody and explained it and collaborated with them to make sure it was right to the best of your ability, correct?
Correct.
Who's worse,
If
him or
you
his
can
company?
look at the highlighted portion, sir,
His employer?
under education.
him.
There's no highlight. Well, I understand
sorry.
what you're talking about. There's no highlighted portion.
I'm sorry, let's strike that. If you look under education, the first line, it says in the right underneath BGS. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And then to the right, it says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, 2022. Did I read that correct?
Yes, you did.
It drifted 4 years. It's a completely
And up in
different
the
degree.
upper left-hand corner, there's a photograph.
Yes, there is.
Is that you, sir, in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
And in the spelling of your name, Shannon, that's with one N, correct?
Correct, yes.
And so that is not only you in the photograph, that's the spelling of your name with one N, correct?
Correct.
And that's the correct spelling of your first name with one N, correct?
Yes, it
So
is.
that's definitely you represented in this document, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's look at the first line that relates
Questions
to
about that too?
education.
Yeah,
It
sure.
states Bachelors of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, correct?
That is what it states, yes.
And the date is 2022, correct?
Correct.
So this document represents that you received your Bachelor's of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration in 2022, correct?
That is what it states, but there are a number of errors in that, yes.
Oh,
Correct. So let's go
Correct.
on. So this is the third example, am I correct, sir? Well, let me.
he threw his company under the
may I
bus
approach your honor?
too.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I offer Exhibit XX into evidence.
No objection.
So, just in case you don't know,
87.
once it gets entered into evidence, the jury gets to bring it all back with them in the jury room when they deliberate. They can put out all of his resumes down in front of them, and they can all start laughing about it. And they'll probably spend half a day just laughing about that before they come out with a resounding not guilty. Hopefully, because this is insane.
87. Sir, is Exhibit 187 a CV that is linked directly from Aperture's website?
I do not know. I would have to look and check that.
Good. Pull it up on your phone,
So
sir.
as you sit here today, you are not able to state whether that CV is linked directly from Aperture's website.
Correct.
Wow. Right.
So this is a
thank you.
third example of a document that incorrectly states that you have a Bachelor of Science when you do not possess that degree, correct?
It has errors or outdated information, correct.
Well, when you say outdated, how is it that you can call a date outdated next to something that you don't possess?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you
Of
just
course you
used the
don't.
phrase either incorrect or outdated. I'm trying to understand your statement that it's
Sure. So
outdated. Isn't it either you have a Bachelor of Science degree or you don't? Isn't
I have represented I do not have a bachelor's degree.
right? But in here, it's represented that you do correct?
Yes, it is
All
in
right.
error, yes.
So let's look at what the name is that are on these documents. It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Are you aware that there's no degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, called a Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Oh, no.
Yes, I am. And that is one of the errors I identified.
So
Wow.
you would agree
If
that
you're going to lie about a degree, dude, if you're going to lie about a degree, just maybe make sure that the school that you're going to lie that you got your degree from actually offers that degree. I mean, just a little, hot tip. That's all I'm going to say about that.
there's not even a degree called Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration offered at the University of Alabama, correct?
Correct. That should be Bachelor of General Studies with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
Probably thought different.
And what you just articulated, you do not possess as you sit here today, correct?
That is correct.
What you possess is an associate's degree, correct?
Correct.
And when did you?
This is the thing that he's most confident about. In his testimony, the thing he's most confident about, he wasn't so confident about, direct examination. Sure, this time drift, clocks being off. He wasn't really real confident about that, but he is confident about his lies. He really is. So he did not even have that degree to do correct. And that degree doesn't even exist. Correct. This is when he's at his most confident. Mr. Shannon, Mr. Burgess, I think you may have found your calling as perhaps, I don't know, an actor. Community theater might be hiring. I don't know. He could play, name a character that he could play. Maybe like put a skull cap on him. He could be Daddy Warbucks. Can he sing? There were so many questions.
Obtain that associate's degree?
So that would have been 2015.
The writer's room at Saturday Night Live is totally missing out on this. They didn't do it the first time. I've been saying this, Beth, for a long time. Thanks for your super chat. SNL is missing the boat.
With the term mendacity?
I am not.
Oh, do you need a thesaurus or a dictionary or Webster's? Does anybody have the Webster's from Buchanan's testimony? Didn't we pull the Webster's? Kim Jong, could you check behind in your bookshelf and see if the Webster's is back there?
Are you familiar with a CV of 2015?
Oh, no. There's
No,
more?
I'm not.
Thank you, Beth. I think they're missing a huge opportunity. A lot more viewers this time. I think LawTubers alone and other YouTubers that are streaming this channel have something like 2.5 million viewers a day. They're missing out, SNL. You're missing out. I don't know. They might be on hiatus right now. I'm not really sure. Gotta take a breath. Okay.
Yes.
If Aperture Amora Valesi doesn't vet their experts, that's a huge problem for them. And if they didn't vet their experts and they put this guy up and falsify his credentials, they're done.
Yes.
Thank you.
They're done.
Why D?
Don't they have the duty, don't you think, to vet their experts? That's what they're selling. They're selling expert witnesses. It's insane.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
No, I do not recognize this document.
Of course he doesn't.
Yes.
Either way, it's bad, right?
Sure.
If Aperture doesn't vet their experts and they put up fake credentials, they suck. If they do vet their experts and they found out that he did not really have this bogus degree from University of Alabama and they put it up anyway, they suck. Either way, they suck. They're done. I think they're done either way, right? It's insane.
Do you recall ever pursuing?
Thank you, Goodman.
May I stay here and ask some questions, Your Honor?
Okay.
May I
you.
breathe
you
down
see
his
the
neck?
document as well, or do you have a copy for him?
May I breathe down
you
his
can
neck,
see it as
his
well,
neck,
Your Honor.
Your Honor? Just
I
a
was
little
just
more,
wondering the purpose.
please.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Please.
And just step back
Yes,
just a little.
yep. Sir, do you recall
Thanks,
when you
Goodmans.
started pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree of any kind?
Sure, I do. Around 2008.
So you started pursuing a Bachelor of Science for the first time in 2008, correct?
Correct.
2008, he first started pursuing. Rule 17, I was thinking about that. I was thinking about you guys on the scaffolding, and I was like,
If I did the math
can we sit
correctly,
on the
sir,
couch for
you've been
one day?
pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree for 17 years, correct?
That is correct.
And you have not obtained it as you sit here today.
That is correct.
At what point do you
And
say,
yet there are
no longer
various
pursuing?
documents that we've seen that state that you have obtained a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Again, with errors or misinterpretation. Yes.
Thank you,
There's a
Cat Randall.
misinterpretation that, are you stating, but you would agree those errors or misinterpretation have been in existence for some time, correct?
Yes, I'm being made aware of them now. Yes.
Yeah, and they haven't been corrected for some time, correct?
Correct.
He wasn't aware of that. He was that day years old when he found out that all of his credentials were falsified. He was last Monday years old, the day that he found out that he lied on LinkedIn, a bunch of CVs, including one, cringe, that was filed in federal court. But I don't know if he gets to that today or tomorrow on this horrific but masterclass of cross-examination. This is how you do it. This is how we do it. This is why they wanted Bobby Alessi on Team Karen Reed. This is why. He may not be a criminal defense attorney, but he is a civil litigator like none other. And that is what civil litigators do. Cross-examine expert witnesses on the daily. On the daily. That's why he was needed. Pro hoc vice, Your Honor. Thank you so much for allowing him in like you didn't allow Mark Betterow in.
You work for insurance companies, correct?
I do work for insurance companies in addition to law firms. Yes.
But you work for insurance companies, correct?
Yes. Sometimes. Yes.
Well, you state that right in your report in this case, don't you, sir? That you work for insurance companies?
I do work for insurance companies. Yes.
And what role do you play in working for insurance companies? You working for them, or are you working for the
Absolutely.
policyholders that have paid premiums or are making a claim to try to get money from an insurance company? Which role do you have? Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I work for the insurance company
course.
themselves.
And
Of course. So in civil litigation, he's hired by the defendants. The defendants are the insurance companies. In this case, it appears that there is a defense going on. The process, it's like the rules are reversed here. It's like the prosecution is really the defense, because we've said the entire first trial was in the defense of the Alberts and the McCabe's. And again, this trial, they hire a defense attorney to come in as a hired gun to persecute Karen Reed. The roles are reversed here. Of course, he works on the defense side, because in this criminal trial, he's also really working for the defense, which is really the prosecution. Are you picking up what I'm laying down here?
in your work for the insurance company, has any of that work related to denying claims to insureds?
Objection.
All of it. All
Why
of
don't I
it.
see you on this, Mr. Lassie?
Sure.
All of it. That's exactly what he does. And that is exactly why they needed him. And that is exactly why they hired him. And he's a liar. He's a liar, pants on fire, Draven. Having been hired by Aperture, he's also a thief for accepting money based on his fraudulent education. Yep. Wow, you just can't make this up.
Let's talk about your work on this case. In October of 2024, the Commonwealth hired you to perform a new data acquisition from the infotainment and telematics system of Ms. Reed's Lexus SUV, correct?
That is correct.
And in your October 10, 2024 report, you outlined a proposal for attempting to extract additional data from the telematics and infotainment modules, correct?
Correct. With the caveat, it's not a report. It is a proposed protocol.
Sorry, I'm sorry, what?
So we'll call it a proposal. In that proposal, you explain why, in your opinion, you believed an additional data acquisition was necessary based on your words, education, training, and background, correct?
That is correct.
And when you compared your proposal, you had access to the manufacturing specifications of the chips in question, correct?
I did.
You were under no critical deadlines to get the work done, correct?
Correct.
In your initial October 10, 2024 report, you explained that you believed the data acquisition was incomplete because, in your opinion, based on your education, again, your words, training, and experience, the download of the
Education, your
acquisition
words.
was less than the chip's storage capacity, correct?
That is correct.
And converting megabytes, B-Y-T-E-S, to megabits, B-I-T-S, and gigabytes to gigabits is a basic digital forensic concept, and that concept's critical to successful data acquisition and analysis. Fair statement?
I would say that's a fair statement.
In your initial report, you stated that the December 2023 data acquisition was from the spansion clip, S-P-A-N-S-I-O-N, from the infotainment model was incomplete because the acquisition was only 8 megabytes in size, even though the chip has a storage capacity of 64 megabytes, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that's your October 10, 2024 report, correct?
Protocol.
I'm sorry, well, is it proposal or protocol?
Protocol.
Protocol?
It is a protocol.
We'll use protocol.
UI guys here. Thanks, Larry. Larry came in like before I hit 100K, like the day before, and he threw in a $500 super chat. And he was like, this is an anticipation of the 100K. Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you.
And you blame this on the, quote, programmer's inability to fully read the component, close quote, correct?
I'm going to
Correct.
speed this up a little bit, okay? Unless there's any specific portion that you want me to get to, because I'm going to have to jump in a little bit. So let me just speed it up to 1.5 and tell me if there's any like specific portion that you want me to get to before we have to wrap.
In point of fact, the manufacturing specifications establish that the total flash memory component of the chips in question is equal to 64 megabits.
Yeah,
not
megabits,
64
megabytes.
Correct?
That is correct.
64 megabits is 8 megabytes, correct?
That is correct.
That means the spansion chip was not incomplete, correct?
Correct.
Right.
The acquisition was the same data size as the total memory storage capacity of the chip, correct?
We knew that, right?
Your protocol for data acquisition was based on a misunderstanding of megabits versus megabytes, correct?
It was
Basic.
based on a working theory and a misinterpretation. Yes.
And that was your misinterpretation.
Yes, it was.
You mentioned Ms. Gaffney in your direct testimony. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
She successfully acquired 8 megabytes of data from that spansion chip during the December 2023 chip off, correct?
Instead of spansion, I think it was they said Spanx chip. Spanx has entered the chat.
Of data from that spansion chip during the December 2023 chip off, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that wasn't your only conversion mistake in your October 10, 2024 report, was it?
I'm not aware of any others.
You stated in your report that the data acquisition of the Micron JWB57 was incomplete because the acquisition was only 540 MB in size, but the storage capacity was 4 GB. And that's stated in your October 10, 2024
But, you know, it was the
report,
difference
correct?
between the little b and the big B. It was the difference between the little b and the big B. And, you know, my notes, I just made a mistake. And there was a funny comment in here from before that I put up that today's stream is brought to you by the letter B. Big B, little b. Where is it? I had to thank you for that because it was very funny. And I think I put it up earlier. I don't know if I saved it or deleted it, but thank you for that super chat. And If I find it, I'll put it back up again. Big B, little b. He doesn't know the difference between the big B and the little b. Dude, really?
Protocol. Yes, correct.
Protocol. The Micron JWB57 chip is 4 gigabits flash memory component, not a 4 gigabyte flash memory component, as you incorrectly stated in your protocol.
That is correct.
So contrary to your assertion in the report, 4 gigabits is equal to 50 megabytes, which suggests that all the available data was successfully retrieved from this chip
Yeah, you got
during
that
the first
basic thing wrong
acquisition by
too.
Ms. Gaffney, correct?
Correct.
So Ms. Gaffney was not in error on that. She did not make a mistake on that, correct?
Not on that specific thing. Yes.
Right. It was you that simply misunderstood the difference between gigabits and gigabytes.
B
correct?
also is for
Misinterpreted. I
buffoon.
would not say misunderstood.
You misinterpreted the difference between gigabits and gigabytes.
Correct. At that
You
time,
got
yes.
that wrong in layperson's terms.
Correct. I did make an error.
Oh,
You stated in your
Got that
report
wrong.
that Micron, and I'm going to have to give an alphanumeric number because I know in digital forensics it's important to be precise and accurate, so bear with me, sir.
not to him.
You
It's not.
stated in your report that the Micron 29F2G08 ABAEA is a 2 gigabyte chip, and that the acquisition should have been 2 gigabytes, but was incomplete because it was only 264 MB in size, correct?
That is correct.
And the Micron, and I'm just going to refer back to the number to not repeat it, the long alphanumeric number is a 2 gigabit flash memory component, not a 2 gigabyte flash memory component, as you incorrectly stated in your protocol, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So 2 gigabytes is equal to 250 megabytes, correct?
Correct.
And that suggests that all available data was successfully retrieved during the first acquisition by Ms. Gaffney, correct?
From those chips. Yes.
From those chips.
Uh-huh.
I'm correct, right?
Yes.
Your opinion was again incorrect and was based on a misunderstanding of gigabits and gigabytes, correct?
A misinterpretation. Correct.
A misinterpretation
You
in
misinterpret
layperson's terms. You got
gigabytes
that
and
wrong
gigabits.
also.
It was an error. Yes.
Did you have that protocol peer reviewed, sir?
No, I did not.
Was it peer reviewed by anybody at Aperture?
No, it was not.
Did you have a supervisor review that protocol before you filed it with the court?
No, sir.
You submitted your proposal based on your education, background, and experience, correct?
Correct.
Turns out that the entire foundation of your proposal was based on a fundamental misinterpretation of the difference between a computer bit and a computer byte, correct?
No, not the entire thing. No.
Well, certainly a part of it was, correct, sir?
Correct. Partial.
You got conversions wrong with respect to analyzing 3 different
There it
chips,
is.
correct?
Correct.
And since you wrote that, have you learned
It's Carrie Bishop. Today has been brought to you by the letter B, but I don't know if it's a big B or a small B. Thank you, Carrie Bishop.
the difference between a bit and a byte?
I've always known the difference between a bit and a byte. Yes.
You learned that in this case from reading the affidavit of an expert for the defense who pointed out those errors before you submitted your supplemental report. Isn't that correct?
I would have to go back and look at the timing on that. I believe I submitted the supplemental before the protocol from the other expert.
Protocol is a report
you
equals
certain of that?
protocol.
I'm not certain of that.
Isn't it the case that the expert for the defense submitted his affidavit before you submitted your supplemental report?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I do not know that.
You don't know one way or another.
Correct.
Melissa, I think they're going to call Crosby on.
And that
rebuttal.
person that I referred to,
I think they're going to call him on rebuttal because, as far as I know, the last witness for the Commonwealth before the arrest is going to be Welcher. And I would imagine Crosby is going to be called in rebuttal, as is Terry Kuhn, who's the University of the UC Davis canine DNA person. So I guess they're done here with anything about dogs. We'll have to see what happens on Tuesday. I can't wait.
for the defense is Matthew DeSogra. You know that name?
I do.
And you have read Mr. DeSogra's affidavit in this case, have you not, sir?
I have. Yes.
And you would agree that he pointed out these misinterpretations of yours in his affidavit, correct?
Correct.
DeSogra did pointed out his, and that's
I
why
would
he had
like
to go back and
back
amend his
to
report.
Your January 30th, 2025.
That's exactly why he had to supplement his report, because the defense expert, Matthew DeSogra, pointed out all of his errors. Tequila is now my social lubricant. Wait, go back before the last backup on tow truck. The wheels spin. Does that count as a cycle? No, a key cycle is when the ignition is started until the ignition is turned off. So I don't think that they turned the car on and off in between that, but that's a great question. Fly Like an Eagle says Feral Kitty by Steve Miller Band. Time keeps on slipping into the future. Shenanigans going on. The tow truck driver backing would be the backing up, they say. Karen Reed did. That's exactly what I've been saying. 3-point turn, backup event. You know, you can try and make anything fit if you really want to, right? Why didn't they use Karen Reed's cell phone data? That would have been the easy play, right? And they could have given him the actual physical phone or any actual physical phone, which they didn't do. They just give him some data printed out on a PDF. Norman said if 1162 was Karen Reed, 1163 would be 5 a.m. 1164 would be going to Dighton. 1165 would be getting a tow truck. We're getting off the tow truck. 1166 would be getting off the truck. 1167, 1168 would be Trooper Paul. Square peg in a round hole. Simple math. Yeah, that's what exactly what they're doing here. I'm glad that you guys are picking it up. If Chloe bit, you must have quit. So now the phone data is accurate enough to tell the change of direction of a 3-point turn, but not accurate for phone calls, Google searches, more precise location info. Got it. Yep. Yes, that's exactly what they want you to believe. What if they stalled the car and had to restart it? That could be, but we didn't see that in the video because, you know, when you go back and watch that video again, there's about a lot of seconds missing in it. The video of her backing out, of the tow truck driver backing up the car in Dighton, we timed it on our own timers while we watched it go by at an amazing rate of speed. Speed equals 0 at 12:24 when 3 flights. So Karen stopped and he got out. I know, seems obvious, right? Let's do the timeline again. Thanks for your 5. Zoe B. iPhone's 3-point turn and 3 flights of stairs are all now one event. Lexus is climbing stairs and turning in between each flight of stairs. Yep, that matches. Thank you, Zoe B, for the 20. Annie Elise, tequila is now my social lubricant, says Annie Elise is who I got a little info from because I saw she was in the courtroom last week and she has 1.8 million followers, 1.48 million followers. I love Annie Elise. I've been a big fan of hers since before I ever was even on YouTube myself. Love that girl. She's one of the hardest working YouTubers out there. And that led to her getting a very big deal with, I don't know, was it Spotify who bought Serialously? I think. I don't know. I could be conflating 2 different YouTubers and I'm not sure right now. Gemma Cave texted 1231, pull behind me. That is correct. Let's do the timeline again. Duster 587, state troopers did not have a warrant. Could Karen have said no, get a warrant for her phone and her Lexus? They didn't have a warrant to seize them. And they also didn't have a warrant to examine them. I think the argument here is that she gave consent, and I don't know. And I have had a lot of questions about this since the very beginning, Duster 587. A lot of questions. Why couldn't they? They could have called a judge. They could have had a warrant while they were standing there. They could have taken a picture of the taillight too and shown it to the judge and said, Judge, we have reason to seize this car because we believe it killed a police officer a couple hours ago. And because Jennifer McCabe said that she said, I hit him, and we've got a confession. Look at this taillight, Your Honor. They could have gotten a warrant to seize that car, but they didn't. And they didn't even take the damn picture. Ask yourselves why. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Duster 587, for, again, I've been screaming into the closet about this case for a year and a half. And I'm so glad there are so many people who have never heard of this case or never were interested in this case until this trial started, trial number 2. And so I welcome you. I welcome your questions. I am happy to explain it to you. And if you are just as outraged as we are about this wrongful persecution, you have found your people. You have found your people. You're in the right place. Emily Sparkles, is Dr. Welcher sequestered? He's supposed to be. If so, he shouldn't have any idea this happened before he testifies, right? Yes, but there are exceptions to that. Now, again, I don't know what the hell goes on in Massachusetts because it is the inside out, upside down Narnia matrix of trials and law and procedure and everything else. Constitution, forget about it. In a normal case, expert witnesses may be allowed to watch opposing expert witnesses testify. I don't know what the hell's going on here. I don't know if he's allowed to. He's not supposed to watch Burgess, as far as I know, or am concerned. And there shouldn't have to be an order to the contrary or an order saying that he's not allowed to watch. Sometimes there's an exception given, I think, even in Massachusetts, for opposing experts, like perhaps Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler are watching Burgess's testimony. That would be okay. But I don't think that Welcher is supposed to be, that Welcher, who's on the same side as the Commonwealth, is supposed to be watching Burgess's testimony or should be prepped on it. Even though all of that happened during the first trial, and that's why the judge did have to issue an order that the Commonwealth and the defense attorneys were not allowed to talk to witnesses who were currently under oath, like over the weekend, because we found out that that happened during the first trial too. And it's supposed to be obvious, and there's not supposed to be an order or have to be an order, but there is. And so the answer is he's not supposed to be. See how I reasoned that out in front of you and came to my conclusion? Chloe Albert's revenge. Maybe we were being too hard on Mr. Burgess. Maybe when his first child was born, he promised him that they'd graduate together. That's kind of sweet. Oh, you've been making me laugh all day, and I thank you for that so much, Chloe Albert's revenge, because I really needed it. You accuse me, now you prove it. Rachel in Kansas, you're fabulous and the best coverage on YouTube. Sally Port, I'll take it. Thanks. Sally Port question, isn't there still more footage we have never seen? And did the defense ever get it? Unknown. I'm sure that the defense has things in their pockets, their collective pockets that are not ripped on the back, like the pocket on John O'Keefe's pants. Nobody's brought that up either. And I have so many questions about that. Because detective, wouldn't that have been a clue of a struggle? Wouldn't that have been a sign of a struggle, detective? I don't remember any of the EMTs testifying that they had to cut his pocket open to get at his wallet or anything. I don't remember that testimony. Did I miss that? So yes, I am sure that there's more video that the defense does have that we will see. I'm sure there is also probably more video that the defense will never have and that we will never see. Because if there was no trial 2, do you think we would have ever seen all of the video that they held back and exchanged after trial 1? Of course not. Of course not. Lena, so curious to see if Judson Welcher is aware of this. He shouldn't be because of the sequestration order, correct? Will be interesting. P.S. Thanks for doing this amazing coverage. Love you. Oh, I love you more. I love you more. Love my flip-flops. Says congratulations on 100K. So very much deserves. Thank you. You've been here for a long, long, long time. Rule 17 has been here for 8 months and says, this was so kind of you to rerun this train wreck of the century. Since I'm not swinging from scaffolding, I can be outraged safely on my couch. I thought about that too. I thought maybe there's some people with this long holiday weekend that are like, have withdrawal from trial. And we need to laugh together and we need to watch the stuff that I couldn't cover Monday because I had my own family emergency. And so there are so many viewers who can't watch during the work week that maybe there's some people who can watch on the weekend and maybe have nothing to do and it's a rain out like it is here. Maybe you want to watch with me. So thank you. I mean, we're like, and on trial days, look, we have over 20,000 people watching. And today it's pretty much been steady around 3,000, 3,500. So it's easier to chat. It's easier to review the chat. It's more intimate. And thank you for not endangering your safety on scaffolding today. We didn't want to have to call OSHA. Random CO, if you have not pushed your BS button yet, I think it's oh, here we go. Sorry, I forgot all about it. There it is. Thank you very much, Random CO and Kat Randall for gifting a membership. And Lala says, I'm so behind on the trial. I just got back from Aruba. Oh, you went to Aruba just like everybody else, right? And also, did the Commonwealth just drop their whole Aruba motion? Because we've never heard about Aruba. I'm sorry to distract Lala from your super chat. I read something that said Buchanan was reprimanded again after his last testimony. I don't know anything about that. I don't know. Don't believe everything you read on Twitter or Reddit, but I have no idea if that's true or not. ShamWow says, my buddy Slap Chop says, Alessi Scissorhands, you win. See? That caught on my Alessi Scissorhands moniker, didn't it? Josh, after I retired from the U.S. military, thank you for your service. I applied for a job at the VA. I had to provide a certified copy of my MA transcript to get hired. See? Listen, Josh, you're a young guy. Back in the olden days, all those years ago when I was looking for my first job 100 years ago, People did lie on their resume and their applications to say that they went to a certain college because nobody would ever check and there was no way to really find out. Now it's too obvious it's too easy to be caught in a lie. And I would not recommend anybody do that because look at this poor man and what has happened to his public and private life, I'm sure, after this. Marcy's iCloud, aka Denise, dumb question. There are no such thing as a dumb question. Who impeaches and how will we know? Well, impeaching is basically just like a fancy way of saying caught in a lie. Right? So are you saying this is a fair and accurate copy of your, I mean, he just caught him in about 5 lies. So he impeached his credibility there, right? And then also we saw some impeaching going on during, for example, Carrie Roberts' testimony, where Carrie Roberts was impeached with her grand jury testimony, where she said at the grand jury that she heard Karen Reed tell Jen McCabe to Google hypothermia. And then when she was on the stand at trial number 2, we never heard that at trial number 1. Trial number, or I don't think, did we? At trial number 2, she admitted that that's not exactly what happened. No, she didn't hear Karen say Google hypothermia. Jen told her Karen said that. And so she lied to the grand jury. Another bit of impeachment. Usually we call it out when people are impeached, or we just be like, so you'll get it. You'll get it if you hang around here long enough. ShamWow, Bits and Bytes by Christy. I'm not the lead investigator. I'm the case officer. Says Tuesday will be interesting because Welcher supposedly should not know about the shit show that happened with Burgess. You're right. You're right. Technically. That's how Carrie Roberts got out of her impeachment, allegedly. Technically, I didn't really lie. Technically. Lurking Feds playlist, Who's Watching by Nadia Ali. Beautiful song. She sounds like Stevie Nicks. Thank you. Thank you, Lurking Feds. Andy T said earlier, you can only do that if the shared event happens at the same time. If not, then all data gathered after is assumed and not factual. Duster 587, state troopers did not have a warrant. Could Karen have said, oh, we just covered that. Thank you. Loudmouse, Time Keeps on Dwifting by Steve Milwa Band. Thank you very much. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that that speech impediment. I guess it's a speech impediment. I don't know. Did he not have speech when he was in elementary school? I'm not going to make fun of it if it's a speech impediment, but I mean, really, perhaps you could learn how to pronounce. Thank you, Jen's Tooth, for buying me a matcha latte. Says for always putting your children first. Take a moment to enjoy a great espresso drink on us. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you so. 1 minute. Thank you, Christina, for your Venmo. Says cheers to all your snark and expertise. Many thanks. I give when I can, but I'm always here. No. There's never, ever, ever expected and always appreciated. Another great way to support the channel because so many are living paycheck to paycheck and dollar. I never, ever, ever would expect you to donate ever. Shop through my Amazon link below in the show notes. It doesn't cost you anything. Just buy your regular stuff. Just click into my link and then buy all your regular stuff. Do all your regular shopping. And somehow it sends me a couple of cents on every dollar and I get a credit at the end of the month. And it's a great way to support the channel. It doesn't cost you anything. Carrie Burrows, thank you. Oh, that's something else. Sorry about that. The matcha latte, the Sarah, thank you. Says just love you. Sending love from Oklahoma. Thank you so very much. I will take a look at your suggestion. I appreciate you. And Tom's CPU sister, thank you very much. CPU Mod 1, thank you very much for your Cash App. And Sue bought a matcha latte. Thank you so very much. The little baby that she told us about who weighed 1 pound, 3 ounces is doing well and they feel the prayer. So if everyone could please pray for the little baby. It's like what we do here, it's what we do. The power of prayer is amazing. All right, I got to jump for now, my friends, but if you like, we can come back and do this again tomorrow. Thank you. Tequila is now my social lubricant. My brother was able to make a high school diploma to get a job at an airline way back in the day. He was their best employee. He never graduated high school, but he got his GED. That's awesome. And thank you, DK, for hanging out with me for 19 months. You're amazing. I have an actual Bachelor of Science that I worked very hard for. Burgess insinuating that he has one and doesn't is simply fraud. It's so offensive. So offensive. Lala, I have to find it, but it looked like an official document. I can send it to you if I find it. Okay. My email's in the show notes below, but remember, everyone who emails me, I do usually get a chance to read them all. I do not get a chance to respond to them all. And I cannot be your pen pal, and I cannot pick up your kid, California, and fly him to South America. Even if you promise me 10 acres of land, I cannot pick up your kids at school and bring them anywhere for you. Josh said the power off time was 12:42, according to that key cycle. Did Karen have a garage door opener for John's house? Did she have to get out of the car to go inside and open the garage for me? I don't know. That's a great question. Because we know there was a keypad outside the garage. And Josh also wants to know, how does the remote start record in the system? It was a cold, snowy night. Did Karen use the remote start to warm up the car before she went into the house? I have so many questions about that because I do. I use it. I love the remote start. I think it's amazing. Biased Bev's beratements and rulings also wanted to know the same thing. Can expert witnesses watch prior to their testimony? Should Welcher know about the Burgess fiasco or be informed about it by Hank or anybody? No, he shouldn't. He should not. But I don't know what they do behind closed doors. I mean, I have ideas, but expert witness for hire, BS and BSU of Shannon. Jen said in 911 call, John O'Keefe flipped over so Karen could do CPR. How did he end up on his stomach after a debilitating head injury? He couldn't move, right? Depends on whose testimony you believe. And also, that's never really been explained. She said they just flipped him over, but I don't know if they meant from stomach to back. I don't know if they meant they flipped him over on his side because he had vomit in his mouth and she was afraid he was going to choke on his vomit. So I don't know. And it's never been clarified. Nobody's ever asked Jen McCabe to clarify it. So I just don't know about that whole flipping over thing, although we did hear it in the 911 call. Let's do the timeline again. You said you emailed me something, but I just don't know what your email address. Okay, hold on. Here we go. I mean, this says this. Oh, I have to sign in and stuff though. It's called the Massachusetts.gov crash data website. And it says at 34 Fairview Canton on 1/29/22, accident number is not in sequence with others that day. So I'm not sure when it was actually created. I have to sign in and everything, like it's not a screenshot. And so I don't know if this is just crash data that they gather from, cases like this, like trials, and they just put it in there. Like, I have no idea. So I just don't know if that's the crash report that they were talking about. And so I like to deal in facts and things like that, documents, court documents. But if you guys want to come back tomorrow, we are up to, let me put the timestamp in here for posterity. This is law. This is Court TV 549-7, whatever this is, 549-17. I'll just leave the window open like I always do. And I don't know if there's less than an hour left of it. There's not much left. So maybe we can, is there? They haven't mentioned vomit on his boxers yet. All right. Everyone, do all the things and stuff that YouTube likes, smash the like button. They won't get your DNA, I promise you. Also, comment respectfully, be nice to each other, be kind, and thank you to the moderators for keeping it classy, because it is a fun place to be when everyone can behave themselves and keep it classy and not be mean to each other, because there's too much hate in the world. It's too much hate in the world. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. I love you with all of my heart. If I don't see you soon, am I going to die? We're going to definitely do something tomorrow. So you're going to want to make sure you've got notifications set. You hit the subscribe button so you can chat by tomorrow. It is my pleasure to save you from trial withdrawal. I don't know what time. What time do you want to do it? I don't know. Maybe noonish. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Depends on how tonight goes. We'll see what happens. Make sure you have notifications set, because you're not going to want to miss it. And who knows what we'll do? Maybe we'll chat. Maybe we'll have some special guests. Maybe who knows? You never know what you're going to get. Peace, everyone. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. You can do it. I know you can do it. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Peace.